Chapter 1. Sword Masters and Swords. Rooftop, Aldera Junior High. It happened just over 250 years ago. The chaos that engulfed the world in the following years makes determining an exact year, let alone an exact date and location, nearly impossible, but it was in that time frame when the first swordmasters began to appear among the population of the world. People would seemingly fall unconscious at random and remain that way for several hours before they'd suddenly wake up, holding a sword of some kind clenched in their hand. The exact type of sword would change based on where the swordmaster lived or what they identified themselves as. Arming swords were common across many parts of Europe. Long swords were the norm in North America. Central and South Americans would most commonly awaken clutching machetes. Many Chinese and other East Asians awoke with Dao or Jin sabers. Scottish people would often have claymores and sabers as well as arming swords. And of course, many Japanese would awaken with a katana clutched to their chest. In nearly every country across the world, more and more people would suddenly manifest these strange swords as the months and years passed. Several things would quickly become evident as the world began to study this strange new phenomenon. First, the bearers of these spirit swords, as they quickly began to be called, would need to remain in close contact with their new blades for a period after it initially manifested. They would have to remain within at least a few meters of their blades for the better part of a year. Otherwise, they would quickly begin to weaken to the point that they couldn't move, and long-term separation was almost always fatal. Second, if the swords were damaged in any way, they would repair themselves, although this would leave the bearer tired and lethargic while the process took place. Thirdly, all who had manifested the spirit sword also manifested a strange new form of internal energy. Although it would take years for anyone to realize it, a new age had dawned for humanity. The age of swordmasters had begun. Deku, where the fuck are you hiding? A muffled shout drew one Midoriya Izuku out of his reading. The boy in question was a somewhat skinny teenager with green hair and green eyes, a not unusual thing in the modern age. Sighing slightly to himself, the greenette pulled himself up from where he'd been stretched out across the top of a bench and, after absently sliding a bookmark in to mark his place, returned the book he'd been reading to his school-issue book bag. Seconds later, the door leading to the rooftop was violently kicked open, revealing Bakugo Katsuki, his childhood friend/current bully. The boy had spiky blonde hair that would have had many people calling him a delinquent in the distant past, before the unique nature of spirit swords had begun to affect the human gene pool. Tucked under one arm was his own book bag, while a black tube slung over his shoulder made his status clear. He was a swordmaster. Izuku pushed down the instinctive twinge of envy that he felt every time that he saw that case. It wasn't like the vast majority of the population born as a swordmaster. Even nowadays, only 1 in every 10 people would manifest a spirit sword. As opposed to the chaos of the start of the modern age, now referred to as the Advent, where people of all ages seem to awaken their spirit swords at random, after only 2 or 3 generations, whatever caused the transition from a normal person to a swordmaster seemed to stabilize, and only people within a certain age bracket began to awaken as a swordmaster. 12 to 16. There were the occasional rare outliers to this, but that was the general consensus for 99% of the population. Bakugo had become a swordmaster over a year and a half ago when he was 12. Bakugo. Izuku greeted him, doing his best to sound bored. "Don't you give me that, you bastard," the blonde boy snarled. "What's with this shit I hear you pulling with going to a gym, huh? You think you can make a spirit sword appear if you just stress your body a bit? Get real, Deku." One of Izuku's eyebrows twitched in irritation. Deku, short for Dekunobo, meaning wooden puppet, an insult for someone who can't do or achieve anything, was a nickname given to him by Bakugo back before elementary school, simply because of an alternate way of reading the kanji for Izuku that the boy had noticed. "Bakugo, last time I checked, you agreed to not use that term if I agreed not to call you Kaken," he replied tiredly. "Or have you forgotten about that?" Katsuki scowled at the rebuke, practically snarling at someone daring to chastise him. "Shut the fuck up, you damned loser. I'm a swordmaster. A fucking A-class swordmaster. That means I'm going to rise right to top while you'll stay right where you belong, with the rest of the fucking masses groveling at my feet. So learn your damned place already." Swordmasters were, broadly speaking, sorted into 4 main categories. C-class swordmasters were the lowest-ranking ones, those that awakened the weakest reservoir of what people had taken to calling spiritual power, or Ryuryoku. B-class swordmasters had a large amount of Ryuryoku and unlocked their spirit sword's name and transformation. A-class swordmasters had overwhelming Ryuryoku and had unlocked the second and final transformation of their spirit swords. As for S-class, only a scarce handful of people ever achieved those lofty heights every generation. Even a swordmaster otaku like Izuku only knew of 3 people in Japan who had ever reached that height in the past 2 centuries. You have the potential to eventually become an A-class swordmaster, Bakugo. Izuku countered dryly. Potential means nothing right now, when you're still under the Swordmaster Restriction and Control Act. And besides, you still don't know your spirit sword's name. Nor can you transform it once, let alone twice. The SRCA had been implemented in Japan about 30 years after the advent, when it became obvious that the Swordmaster phenomenon wasn't an isolated incident that would just dissipate in time. All Swordmasters were granted a minor exception to the Swords and Firearms Possession Control Law, as they needed to have their weapons nearby. However, that was all they were permitted to do. Should they draw their swords in public, for any reason barring one, they would be arrested and judged harshly by the country. The only loophole in the Swordmaster Restriction and Control Act, save for the one instance where swordmasters were required to draw their swords, was to join one of the swordmaster guilds located around Japan, and in order to do that, you had to go to one of the affiliated swordmaster high schools and universities and graduate from them. Decent whatever. Katsuki snorted, evidently already bored with verbally sparring with his ex-childhood friend. Just face the facts, nerd. I was born to win, and you were born to lose. That ain't ever gonna change, Deku. Once a loser, always a loser. As the blonde boy turned around and stomped back down the stairs, Izuku sighed in relief. The last time he'd had a confrontation with Bakugo, he'd had to hide a bruise on his abdomen from his mother for a week before it faded away. Lunch was over, and as the dull, dreary day passed him by, Izuku found himself wondering, not for the first time, exactly how someone was chosen as a swordmaster. It just boggled the mind that someone like Katsuki, who was arrogant, overconfident, and a blowhard, was worthy of being a swordmaster, while so many other people weren't. Bakugo Katsuki was the highest-ranked swordmaster candidate at Aldera Junior High. The vast majority of other swordmasters in Aldera were just C-class potentials, with the rare B-class mixed in, even the few teachers. While Izuku had been technically correct that Bakugo hadn't met the 3 main qualifiers to be officially called an A-class swordmaster, he did possess a simply ludicrous amount of Ryuryoku, particularly for someone who hadn't finished maturing, easily enough to earn him his title as a potential A-class. Those who possessed such immense Ryuryoku could use it in multiple ways, the most basic being use it as spiritual pressure to intimidate those around them. Bakugo had only done it once while at Aldera, but since he'd used it on the principal on his first week in the school and made the poor man faint, it had left a very large impression on everyone in the school. Now all of Aldera, student and staff alike, walked on eggshells around the explosive temper of the blonde boy, in hopes to avoid getting on the ferocious teen's bad side, including treating one Midoriya Izuku as if he had the plague. That had honestly stopped bothering Izuku a long time ago, his own opinion of Aldera having degraded quite sharply since he'd originally enrolled. Now, he had mostly simply accepted that he'd have to put up with their blatant stupidity until he eventually graduated. Then he'd have the chance to apply to UA, the premier swordmaster high school and university in the country. Yes, training the next generation of warrior swordmasters was the affluent school's primary purpose, but the school also offered a general course for regular students and those swordmasters who didn't want to, or simply didn't have the ability, to follow the swordmaster course. If he was lucky, maybe being in close proximity to so many powerful swordmasters would awaken his own spirit sword, if he even had one. As the bell rang, thankfully relieving him from the tedium of classes, Izuku got up and quickly left the classroom, mostly just to avoid Bakugo. The blonde swordmaster aspirant liked to relieve tension after classes by picking on him most days, and he really wasn't in the mood to put up that bullshit right now. Why did things end up this way? He wondered with a sad sigh. He remembered Bakugo and he being good friends, right up until they were 9 or so when his, admittedly aggressive, friend had started to turn into a violent and cruel bully. Luckily, on this occasion, he was able to evade Bakugo and make it home. "I'm home," he called as he entered the apartment where he'd lived his whole life. "Welcome home, sweetheart." Midoriya Izuku, his mother, called as she padded in to give him a hug. She was a tall woman, with a kind face that was just starting to show a few wrinkles, although her laugh lines were far more prominent than anything else. She was also where he'd inherited his green hair and eyes from. "Is Dad home?" Izuku asked as they parted. "Sadly, he's doing overtime at the office." Inko sighed. Midoriya Hisashi, her husband and Izuku's father, was caught in the old curse of the Japanese salaryman. Going to work early, coming home late, and was constantly tired as a result. It was a shame, because he and Izuku were actually quite close whenever he did manage to spend time with his family. "Anyway, off you go and get changed. Dinner's almost ready," she said to her son, who nodded and headed for his room. After getting changed into his casual clothes, Izuku sat down in the living room while he waited for his mother to finish cooking dinner, absently watching the news. The current story was apparently spotlighting the newest addition to the local Swordmaster Guild, the Mizutofu Warriors. You can see, the newest member of the Mizutofu Warriors, Takayama, was able to deal with the monstrous masked spirit that started rampaging earlier this afternoon with tremendous ease thanks to the unique abilities of her spirit sword, Kaijinhei, Giant Soldier. The newsreader offered with a professional smile as a recording was started and played out across the news screen, showing a young woman with long, blonde hair dressed in the blue and black uniform of a professional swordmaster, with the patch identifying her guild affiliation clearly visible on her shoulder, literally bisecting a black-skinned creature the size of a small bus with a large, snarling wolf mask covering its head using a massive sword with a blade just as long as the monster and as wide as she was tall. Izuku shivered ever so slightly. Those things were the reason that swordmasters were so quickly adopted as an important part of modern society. While most referred to them as spirits, they were far more akin to demons, particularly since they were born of humans. Every person with a spirit sword had the potential to either materialize it and become a swordmaster, or unconsciously reject it and expel it from their bodies where it would take form and transform into the monsters known as masked spirits. Masked spirits, or masked demons as some still preferred to call them, were the raw power of a spirit sword manifested and combined with the lingering negative aspects of the person who had rejected them. While extensively studied, no one was yet sure what caused someone to reject their spirit sword. It was just as possible that an upright, honorable, and good person could manifest a masked spirit as they could awaken a spirit sword. Masked spirits were, with no exception, dangerous and violent beings that could not be reasoned with. They were the living embodiments of a person's darkest and most negative attributes combined with savage feral instincts. They would instinctively seek out those who had the untapped potential to become a swordmaster, yet hadn't either manifested their spirit sword or rejected it to form a masked spirit, in an attempt to devour them and absorb their Ryoryoku. Failing to find anyone like that, they would switch their target to their second favorite prey, awakened swordmasters. It was for this reason that the right to self-defense against masked spirits article was a fundamental part of the Swordmaster Restriction and Control Act. This was made even more important once it was realized that when a masked spirit managed to devour a swordmaster, then the swordmaster's own Ryoryoku would be added to that of the masked spirit, greatly increasing its power and sometimes even granting it new abilities. Thus, all swordmasters had the inherent right, some would even call it a duty, to draw their blades and defend themselves against masked spirits if they were ever attacked. To not do so was not only foolish, but could even see a person facing stiff penalties if they somehow survived the experience. Kaijinhei, huh? Looks like it just allows her to enhance the size of her sword's blade to a massive scale, but she was still managing to swing it around so easily. Either Takayama-san's release state greatly increases her own physical strength as well, or it might be that she can simply ignore the increased mass and weight of her. Izuku muttered, writing furiously in a notebook he'd drawn from seemingly nowhere. He'd known about Takayama for about a couple of weeks, as the website of the Mizutofu Warriors had announced her upcoming induction 2 weeks ago, but there had been no details about her, other than the fact she was currently a B-class swordmaster. Swordmasters could increase their own classification beyond their initial ranking through strengthening their Ryoryoku with training and effort in addition to unlocking their spirit sword's transformations. But that kind of training was supposed to be immensely difficult, with very few ever able to rise above B-class. Most swordmasters would never rise out of C-class, and even the vast majority of those who joined swordmaster guilds never rose above B-class. A-classes were rare and valuable commodities, which was one of the reasons that Katsuki Bakugo was allowed to get away with as much as he did. As Takayama Yu had graduated from the Minayama University of Swordmasters in Kyoto, Kyoto before transferring to Mizutofu, it was unlikely that she would ever become an A-class swordmaster without a miracle occurring. "Izuku, dinner's ready," his mother called. "Coming," he called back as he stood up. Spirit swords were one thing, but his mother's homemade katsudon was another. The next day after school. Underpass, streets of Mizutofu. Another day, another annoying grind of boring, repetitive classes, another attempt at evading Bakugo after classes. Such was his life. "I honestly wish I could just graduate early," Izuku thought wistfully. Japan, in spite of how far society at large had changed with all that had happened in the past 2 centuries, was still not very supportive of those who differed from the intellectual norm in either direction. Those who had learning difficulties had to work for their resources, while those who were highly intelligent or capable in a particular area were often deliberately told to work on other classes, as well as being sneered at and looked down upon by their peers as a nerd/otaku/ insert derogatory comment here. Izuku certainly didn't consider himself a genius or anything similar. At best, he'd admit to being a bit smarter than average with a very good memory. No, the issue was that Aldera Junior High was simply a very low-class school with even lower academic standards. The sheer lazy indolence the school seemed to encourage and indulge in was such that even a slightly driven student could easily rise to the top of the class. As it was, Izuku's only rival when it came to academics was Bakugo, who would always blow his top, often violently, whenever the verdette managed to score higher than him. Whatever, Izuku thought, subconsciously clenching his fist as he remembered Bakugo's most recent outburst. "I refuse to compromise my own prospects just to assuage his fragile ego." Suddenly, a shrieking roar sounded behind him. It was a sound Izuku, and nearly everyone alive with a functioning survival instinct, was familiar with and wary of. One he had heard several times over his life, but always at a distance, the roar of a masked spirit nearby. Izuku whirled on instinct to try and catch sight of the source of the roar and couldn't hold back a gulp as he spotted a massive form already looming over him. Unlike almost every other masked spirit that Izuku had ever heard of or seen on TV, this one seemed to be made of some form of thick, gray-black sludge that was still flowing out of a nearby manhole. Even as more of it continued to emerge, the beast's blob-like form was already several times larger than Izuku himself, and the creature's mask, the only solid-seeming part of its body, was at least 3 or 4 times the size of Izuku's own head. The mask itself was oddly humanoid in design but grossly warped and distended, with bulging eyes, no nose and large, tombstone-like teeth that formed a sneering smile that seemed to loom mockingly over him. "Fresh meat! How nice!" the masked spirit gurgled out, shocking Izuku. It was a common rumor that if a masked spirit devoured a swordmaster, it would regain some of the rationality and intelligence of its former host, but this was the first time he'd heard of one speaking. Suddenly remembering that he was in imminent danger of being eaten, Izuku spun around, started sprinting away as fast as he could. While he wasn't exactly fit, he did still jog fairly regularly and had recently began working out at a local gym, so he wasn't nearly as out of shape as his scrawny frame might suggest, and he liked to think he was fairly quick on his feet. Sadly, all that meant absolutely nothing to a giant mass of sentient sludge. The masked spirit surged after him like a living river current and was quickly engulfing him like the world's most disgusting tidal wave. In an instant, his entire body was wrapped up in a cocoon of slime, the entire mass squeezing him so tightly it was painful. A tendril of slime branched off the rest, containing the demon's mask as it carried it over Izuku's entrapped form. The mask's jaws seemed to click open as it loomed over him, its intention obvious. No, I won't. I can't. I refuse to die this way. Izuku thought, struggling with everything he had against his bindings. I will not be eaten by some oversized slime. I refuse. Finally, you have decided to set your feet firmly, to make your stand. The soft voice of an old man seemed to whisper directly into his head. Now that you have shown your convictions, so too shall I, my noble master. In an instant, a column of bright blue energy seemed to erupt around Izuku, forcefully pushing away the masked spirit's viscous body and sending it splattering against the walls and ceiling of the underpass. Once Izuku was fully free, he fell to the ground and a sword suddenly appeared amidst the light enveloping him. It was a katana, which looked fairly standard in terms of length and width. The only major differences it had from a regular one were the tsukurito and the tsuba. The wrap around the hilt of the weapon was equal parts cream and emerald green, while the handguard was hexagonal and seemed to be inlaid with, he didn't know what to call it. With a trembling hand, he reached out and almost reverently grasped the hilt of the spirit sword, his spirit sword, and held it in hand for the first time in his life. It was like a gate had been unlocked within him, pure power rushing through his veins. For a brief moment he wondered if this was what Bakugo felt like all of the time. If so, then maybe his usual sense of superiority might be a bit more understandable. What is happening? The masked spirit gargled, its splattered body rapidly reforming around its mask. What are you? Turning to face the masked spirit once again, Izuku fell back on the kendo lessons that were required for all students in Japanese elementary and middle schools/junior highs until they turned 17, and entered the Aso no Kami, the most well-known and standard kenjutsu stance in the world. Midoriya Izuku, Swordmaster, he declared, and attacked, unaware of the shocked pair of blue eyes staring at him. With all might. Yagi Tashinori, battle commander of the United Alliance Swordmaster Guild, #1 ranked swordmaster in Japan and honored with the codename All Might, had been a swordmaster for over 40 years. He had fought against more masked spirits than he could ever care to count, and he had personally had a hand in taking down more rogue swordmasters than any other 3 swordmasters in the country combined. With all that taken into account, he thought it was pretty fair to say that a bit of shock on seeing a newly awakened swordmaster turn around and face off against a masked spurt just moments after awakening was fairly forgivable. The mere fact that his jaw wasn't hanging down to his knees at the moment should have been impressive given the circumstances. A battle awoken, he whispered in shock. It was, if not unheard of, then extremely rare for a swordmaster to awaken their spirit sword when they were in a crisis. Most of the time, people would awaken their powers naturally while they slept, or when they were hovering on the edge of sleeping and waking. That was how it worked for approximately 99% of all swordmasters, but that remaining 1% were the battle awoken, those who had to face some form of jeopardy or trouble in order to reach that final push and awaken their spirit swords. There were multiple meanings behind the name Spirit Sword that most of the world used to describe the blades of swordmasters. The most obvious, and generally accepted, explanation was that the swords themselves were born from the user's spirit or soul, but it was just as true that the swords themselves held a spirit all their own, a unique entity that was both a part of and separate from the wielder and with its own thoughts, personality, and ideals. Swordmasters could clash with their spirit sword as easily as any other, and sometimes the actions of a potential swordmaster would create enough disharmony with the sword spurt that they would refuse to awaken until their other half managed to meet some sort of goal or requirement. The most common reasons behind this were things like cowardice or bullying, but with how diverse spirit swords could be, there really was no way for Tashinori to know what had caused the disharmony that had kept this boy from awakening. Shaking away such thoughts for now, Tashinori quickly refocused on the fight in front of him. The boy was valiantly attempting to fight against the masked spirit, and doing a fairly good job of chopping away any tentacles or limbs of sludge that the creature tried to use to entangle him again. Unfortunately, the slime grime kept returning to the creature's main body moments after it was separated. Realizing that it was only a matter of time before the newly awoken child was overwhelmed by the aggressive beast, Tashinori quickly moved to intercede. Drawing his own spirit sword from across his back, a nodachi with a red, white, and blue tsukurito and no tsuba, the old swordmaster stepped into the underpass, focused his Ryoryoku and released it as a wave of pressure, commonly called Ryatsu, or spiritual pressure, that forced both the newly awoken swordmaster and the masked spirit to freeze. The boy, who was already facing his general direction, instantly locked onto him, and his eyes instantly widened in recognition and awe. "You!" The mass of vile sludge roared/gargled out as it rounded on him. "All might? Monster, step away from the boy and I will give you a quick and decisive end," Toshinori stated evenly. To its credit, whether it realized it or not, the beast's instincts were sharp enough that it took the bribe and instantly pulled away from the boy, twisting its viscous, liquid-like body around to surge towards Toshinori. The aged swordmaster responded instantly, the blade of his nodachi blurring through the air as he reduced the attacking tendrils and pseudopods of sludge into bits and pieces with an ease that spoke of immense skill and experience. More than that, each bit of slime was diced into pieces so small that it was taking far longer for the masked spirit to reintegrate them into its form, but that was just a temporary measure to give Toshinori his opening. "Time to shake the rust off, old friend," he thought, an agreeing rumble echoing soundlessly in his ears a moment later. Holding his blade horizontally parallel to his face, blade facing up, the swordmaster grinned.
Shinen karatachiagare, Rihimaru.
Rise from the abyss, Dragon Man Circle. The blade of his sword shone a blue light before flashing blindingly bright. By the time the boy and the masked spirit could look again, the shape of the sword had changed greatly. Rather than a Japanese nodachi, it was a large Western greatsword, the type known as a flamberge. The distinctively wave-shaped blade was also covered in a bright blue aura as several thin streams of water seemed to dance and flicker along the blade's length. "S-hi ka-I?" The monster squelched out in a vague approximation of a scream. "Yes, this is the true form of my Regenmerer," Toshinori said, easily wielding the large sword with only one hand.
Choose die Fleeing or die Attacking.
"Rarag!" The masked spirit let out a final, wordless shriek of fury and charged forwards, its body coming together to form a large wave of sludge that threatened to envelop All Might. Not that the beast stood a chance. Suiryu Sensutsujiri. Water Dragon, 1,000 flying needles cut. Toshinori said, almost casually, before he executed a form-perfect Kesagiri, unleashing a wave made up of thousands of water needles from his blade that crashed against the masked spirit in an unrelenting barrage of attacks. As each needle sank into the sludge-like flesh of the creature, the area around it was just erased, eroded from existence. "No!" The masked spirit let out another squelching shriek as over half of its body mass was completely destroyed, with more vanishing by the second. "What? ISSSSSSSS? Teach ISSSSSS?" Regenmeru is a flowing water-type spirit sword. To be precise, it is a rare subtype that also possesses the concept of erosion to it. The swordmaster offered gravely, a final gesture of respect to his opponent. As water will eventually erode and wear away even the largest boulder, so too does the water generated by my spiritual attacks wear away at anything it strikes, weakening and then wiping them from existence. Your fate was sealed when you dared to attempt to harm an innocent soul in front of me. Farewell, beast of the inner mask. I pray you will return as a true sword spirit when you are born again. With another wordless shriek, the entirety of the masked spirit dissolved into nothing, a pair of white orbs flying up and out of sight. Reverting his spirit sword back into its sealed state and sheathing it, Toshinori turned to regard the boy and, yup, he was already starting to fall unconscious. Now that the danger had passed and the adrenaline starting to fade, the expenditure of spiritual power in manifesting his spirit sword was catching up with him. He sped forwards and caught the boy before he could faceplant into concrete and possibly break his nose. "Well, kid, looks as if dash," he started to say before another surge of spiritual energy came from the boy and wrapped around the blade of his spirit sword, which he still held onto with a death grip, forming into a sheath, which was unusual. It normally took a focused effort from the swordmaster, after resting for a while, in order to condense their Ryoryoku into a sheath for their spirit sword. Looking at the unconscious face of the boy, Tashinori let out a bone-weary sigh. Well, I really have no choice now. I hope Chio doesn't smack my shins for this. Later. Infirmary, United Alliance Guild Muzutafu Chapter House. You idiot. Whack, thwack, bam. Tashinori bit back a yelp as the cane of Shizenji Chio, his guild's chief healer, smacked painfully into his shins. Chio. Don't you Chio me, you damned meathead. The old woman cut him off angrily. You just stood there like a slack-jawed idiot and watched as a newly emerged battle-awoken fought for his life against a Class 2 masked spirit. What in the world were you thinking? Masked spirits were classified numerically based on their age, history, and threat rating. Class 1s were the newly formed masked spirits that had recently been rejected by their holder. They were by far the most common of masked spirits encountered, and it was one of the main duties of swordmaster guilds to hunt them down and prevent them from growing in strength. Freshly awoken Class 1 masked spirits could be handled by a single high school graduate swordmaster, while one on the verge of classing up would require a 10-man squad of university graduate swordmasters of C rank or a single B rank swordmaster to defeat. Class 2s were masked spirits that had managed to devour at least one or two swordmasters or a large number of normal humans, allowing them to develop greater strength, intelligence, and abilities. Most were at least partially intelligent and were extremely dangerous. Normally, it would take a squad of at least 2 to 3 B-class swordmasters to take down a Class 2, and older and more dangerous examples could require far more. But being able to take one down their own was a mark of pride for any B-class swordmaster, and many considered it a sign that they might have the potential to grow to A-class eventually. The emergence of a Class 3 masked spirit was a nightmare. Monsters that had eaten over a dozen swordmasters and hundreds of innocents. Each one was an individual threat that was capable of destroying an entire city if allowed to rampage. Entire swordmaster guilds were deployed to counter them should they appear, and that was sometimes only enough to act as a holding action to allow civilians to be evacuated and await until as many A-class swordmasters as possible could be brought in to deal with the threat. Class 4s were nothing less than living natural disasters that could threaten entire nations. One emerging in any country was enough to call for immediate evacuations of large swathes of the surrounding area and an immediate call to the UN for the mobilization of the Mask Elimination Unit, a collection of A and even S-class swordmasters recruited from the UN's member nations specifically to counter particularly powerful, dangerous, or simply evasive masked spirits. No one knew what allowed masked spirits to reach this rank, and most were too afraid to even contemplate it. You should know the type of stress even a normal awakening can put on someone's Ryoryoku, let alone a battle awakening. Chio continued to rant angrily. Add to that the boy was forced into a fight for his life a moment later and, Now. The ever-chipper voice of Nizu came as the small mammal of indeterminate species walked through the door. I'm sure that Tashinori-kun was merely dumbstruck by witnessing a battle awakening firsthand. Most can go through their entire lives without even meeting a battle awoken, let alone seeing one emerge. Why, there hasn't been a confirmed battle awakening in Japan in at least 3 decades by my memory, if not more. I certainly know I'd have been stunned at witnessing such a sight. It was extremely rare, but not unheard of, for some mammals in modern times to awaken their own spirit swords. This always caused a transformation in the animal's physiology, granting them a far more humanoid form capable of successfully wielding their new blade, although the head would always remain as their original species. Nizu himself had been an experimental guinea pig at an illegal laboratory when he awoke his spirit sword. No one, not even Nizu himself, knew what he had originally been. So, just who is our newest comrade? The leader of the United Alliance Guild, principal of UA High and dean of UA University asked as he looked towards the unconscious teen curiously. Midoriya Izuku, 14 years old and a student at Alder Middle School. Tashinori replied as he waved Izuku's student ID. I took the liberty of calling his mother, Midoriya Inko-san, when I got in. Chio at least waited for me to get off the phone with her before taking out her frustrations on my shins. The boy's Ryoryoka levels are just a hair over redlining, the healer stated crossly. All of the records I've been able to access state that Battle Awakening puts an immense strain on the newly awakened Swordmaster's Ryuryoka levels, and everything I'm seeing supports that. I'm going to have to use my Shurkai to get him topped off and awake before the end of the night. Otherwise, he'd likely be out for at least a few days, and I'll need parental permission to do that. Well, doubtlessly she'll be here before too long. Nizu offered reassuringly. Now, Toshinori, how was it that this particular masked spirit was able to give you the slip? Because the blasted thing was even able to turn its own mask into sludge, allowing it to slip through the storm drains and escape into the sewer system before I could pursue. Toshinori stated with a shake of his head. Honestly, I've been on the front lines for 40 years, and even now the abilities that a masked spirit can develop continue to surprise me. I'm just glad I was able to keep track of it from above ground by following the twisted Ryuryoku that thing was emitting, but moving through the sewers allowed it move far faster than I anticipated. By the time I got there, young Midoriya had already started to awaken. Tisk, damn these masked demons. Chio clicked her tongue in distaste. I swear that they only get more and more dangerous with each new generation. Most of the ones back when I was a student were little more than beasts, but even the newly emerged ones are starting to show some dangerous levels of feral cunning these days. The masked spirit Toshinori was pursuing had already managed to devour one C-class civilian swordmaster, a middle-aged salaryman who, by all accounts, was both quite weak spiritually and extremely lackadaisical in maintaining even the most basic of training. Nizu stated with a frown. Past examples have shown that devouring a single C-class should have only granted a masked spirit a minor boost to either intelligence or its innate abilities, not both as your reports seem to have indicated. Sir, you don't think that he was involved with this, do you? Toshinori asked, one hand clenching tightly at the mere thought.
No.
Nizu stated with a shake of his head. At least not directly. The masked spirit you encountered might be a remnant of his experiments, but the creature wasn't nearly dangerous enough to even warrant concerns of his involvement. The mammal paused for a moment looking thoughtful before shaking his head again. Besides, you managed to remove both of his arms in your final battle. There would be no way for him to wield his accursed spirit sword with anything close to his previous ability. Even the latest prosthetics, or even a direct transplant, would not respond well to that particular blade given its idiosyncratic nature. True enough. Toshinori agreed, though he still looked wary. He was about to speak again, when a green-haired blur suddenly burst through the door. My baby! Midoriya Izuku cried as she set eyes on her comatose son. Midoriya-san, please calm down. Chio offered soothingly, having dealt with enough distraught parents to battle emotional distress with cold, clear facts. I've already fully examined your son, and he's physically fine, barring some minor bruising from his initial encounter with the masked spirit. The problem is that his awakening has completely depleted his available supply of Ryuryoku. Ryoku? He's a swordmaster now? The green-haired woman looked terrified, but not of her son. She was terrified on behalf of her son. He is, the healer nodded, projecting a professional manner to help keep the obviously worried woman as calm as possible. He is what we swordmasters refer to as a battle awoken, someone who awoke his spirit sword during a traumatic incident. As is almost always the case with battle awoken, nearly all of his Ryuryoku was used to form his blade, and he will remain unconscious until it has fully regenerated. Normally, this would take 2 to 3 days, but I am able to use my own spirit sword's abilities to hasten the process, with your permission, of course, given your son's age. You have it, of course, just please help my baby boy. Inko quickly agreed. Nodding, Chio gently ushered the woman a few steps back to give herself a bit of room before moving back to Izuku's bedside and raising her cane. The wooden walking stick glowed briefly before transforming into the sheathed form of a wakizashi. With a practiced motion, Chio drew it and then gently held it flat against the side of her sheath.
CHNY Suru, Hi no Otome.
Inject, Maiden of Mercy. In a flash of pure white light, both wakizashi and sheath were transformed into an almost comically large syringe, full of a gently glowing green liquid. This is my Shurkai, Jihi no Otome. The liquid inside her is pure Ryuryoku concentrated into a liquid form. Chio explained for Inko's benefit. By simply injecting it into him, I can quickly refill his reserves and, as a bonus, hasten his own healing so that he should awaken in perfect health. Toshinori, you're the only one who's seen him at peak condition. Did you manage to get a sense of just how much Ryuryoku the boy has? I can't be completely sure, since the masked spirit was all over him when it started, but I'd say at least a high B class, possibly even an A class. Toshinori thought back, trying to clearly remember the strength of the boy's Ryuryoku when it had first emerged. Yes, he was right at the cusp of growing from B to A. I'd say that with a couple of weeks of training and mastering his abilities, and he'd likely fully emerge as an A class. Good to know. The healer agreed. Midoriya-san, please remain where you are until I give you the okay. I don't want to risk how his Ryuryoku might affect you in its current state. Nodding uncertainly, Inko remained where she was, hands wringing nervously as she watched Chiyo raise her syringe and gently stabbed it into her son's arm before slowly starting to press the plunger down and inject the liquid Ryuryoku into his system. A green glow seemed to spread over Izuku's form before it began to slowly sink into his body and vanish completely. Now that he had some Ryuryoku back in his system, the other swordmasters in the room were able to start gauging his strength for themselves. Seems Toshi was right, high B rank, just teetering on the cusp of becoming A rank. Chiyo nodded as she continued to slowly inject more and more Ryuryoku until she reached a point she was comfortable with stopping at. Gently pulling her shuriken from his arm and leaving no wound behind, she reverted it back to the sheathed form of her sealed state, before a light tap on the ground reverted it back to a cane. I'd say I managed to restore his reserves to just over 9/10 their maximum. Give him a couple of hours to rest, and he should wake up no worse for wear. Oh, thank goodness. Inko sagged in relief. Am I a dog, bear, or a mouse? It doesn't matter. I am the principal of UA. I am Nizu, the principal announced himself as he stepped up to the woman. Now, Midoriya-san, I am sorry to say this, but your son is now a swordmaster, so he needs to have paperwork submitted to allow him to carry his spirit sword openly. Oh, right, I had forgotten that. The mother sighed. My great-grandfather was a swordmaster himself, and I vaguely remember that he always carried his spirit sword around, even though he was long retired as an active swordmaster. That always puzzled me, because I thought that it was only necessary for the first year or so. You are correct that it is only medically necessary for swordmasters to keep their swords at hand during that time, but even after the initial period being separated from our blades is a decidedly unpleasant experience. Nizu informed her. Some have compared it to the idea of phantom limb syndrome. We are aware it still exists, but it is confusing, almost painful, to have it separated from us. Most can endure the sensation well enough for at least a few hours, but most simply prefer to never have to. I see. Inko nodded along, her normal calm slowly reasserting itself now that she knew her baby boy was safe and would be recovering soon. I'll have to ask my husband to come in as well, as he should be here when something so important about our son is being determined. I just hope that his company lets him leave early. They push him very hard. Ma'am, if need be I shall fetch him myself, Toshinori stated. It was my duty to slay the masked spirit which assailed your son, so this is the least I can do to make up for my failure. Oh, thank you very much, she said with a blink. She gave the man, who looked familiar for some reason, her husband's work address, and he took his leave. Now then, we should probably talk about the paperwork you'll need to fill out, Nizu said as he sat down in a nearby chair. Oh, and would you like some tea? Chapter 2. So you want to be a swordmaster? Unknown location. Izuku let out a tired groan as he slowly came back to the realm of the living. He just had the coolest dream of his life. Not only had he awoken his own spirit sword, but he'd then gotten to see All Might, the highest-ranked swordmaster in Japan, fighting up close and in person. He wasn't sure if the feat he'd witnessed in his dreams would match up with the number one's actual fighting style, but he intended to record it in his notebook as soon as he was awake enough and compare it to some of the video recordings of All Might in action on his computer to be sure. As he came awake, Izuku quickly realized he wasn't in his normal bed, or any bed whatsoever. Suddenly sitting up, he began to look around with wide eyes. He wasn't even in his room. Even if he had actually been attacked by a masked spirit, He should have woken up in a hospital room, or at least still in that underpass. Instead, he was lying on solid, earthy ground in the middle of some kind of strange mountain range. Tall mountains jutted up from the earth around him and pierced the surrounding the sky like the fangs of some great beast. Looking around, Izuku discovered that he was lying at the edge of some sort of cliff near the base of one of those monstrous peaks. At last, you have awakened. A wizened old voice, new but somehow strangely familiar, spoke up breezily from behind him. Quickly turning in the direction of the voice, Izuku suddenly caught sight of a very strange figure. It was a man, the entirety of his body concealed by a voluminous white-hooded cloak that seemed to flap in some form of non-existent breeze, even as he seemingly stood in midair off the side of the cliff. All that Izuku could make out of him beneath that cowl was a pair of narrow red eyes that were watching him appraisingly. Who are you?" the verdette managed to get out from suddenly parched lips. "My name is XXXXXXXX," the figure said, the fourth word suddenly seemingly drowned out by the very air itself. Huh. Izuku blinked in confusion at the strange occurrence. "I suppose it should be expected. You have only just awoken after all, so you obviously aren't ready to hear my name just yet," the man stated with a sigh. "The one can only hope for so much in a single instant, it seems. Come now, boy. I'm sure one such as you can guess just what I am opposed to who I am." "I don't," Izuku faltered, eyes widening in sudden realization. That wasn't a dream, was it? You're my spirit sword, aren't you?" The last words were whispered, hopeful and not fully believing that it was possible. "I am your sword spirit, the embodiment of your spirit sword, yes. I was finally able to meet you when you set your feet to strike back rather than let death overcome you when that nameless one attacked." "The man, spirit?" responded carefully. "Truthfully, these are not the ideal circumstances I'd hoped for our meeting. I had truly wished that I would be able to greet you when you finally stood your ground against Bakugo Katsuki. I suppose this does mean I can speak to you plainly about that foul boy, so this could well be for the best." "Bakugo?" Izuku blinked again. "What does he have to do with this?" I loathe him. I despise the fact that his actions can still cause you such pain whenever he seeks to belittle or strike at you." The manifestation of his spirit sword seethed coldly, before extending a cloaked arm to encompass the world around them. "This place where we stand now is your inner world, the world that lies within your soul. The earth that surrounds us is the very substance of your soul, and the weather is your emotions brought to life. When you smile, the sun shines brightly. When you feel excitement, the wind dances happily. When you rage, the sky fills with thunderclouds and lightning dances across the land. And when you despair, the skies open up and the rain pours. And for nearly half a decade now, nearly every time the rains have touched these lands, it has been because of Bakugo Katsuki. I could not stand to see you suffer, so I hid myself within the depths of your soul until you could find the strength to stand against that which would oppress and crush you." The green-haired boy couldn't help but gulp at the simmering rage he could feel exuding from his sword spirit every time he spoke of his former childhood friend. It honestly shocked him that his spirit sword, something that was supposed born from his own soul, was capable of such anger. Izuku had never considered himself an angry person, never thought himself capable of such a palpable hatred, so shouldn't his spirit sword be the same? "We are one, but we are also separate, my master," the cloaked spirit stated softly, seemingly reading his thoughts even as mists started to encroach on them. "What you desire and what I desire are linked, and yet they too are different things. Consider my words before we meet again." Then the mists engulfed them both and Izuku felt himself vanish from the realm of his soul. Infirmary, United Alliance Guild Muzutafu Chapter House. "Ah!" Izuku yelped as he suddenly and abruptly shot upwards and began to look around frantically. Wadash! Where? Then he was almost bowled off of his bed. Since when was he in a bed? By his crying mother. "Izuku!" She wept as she hugged her baby boy tightly. "Ack! Mom!" Izuku grunted as his mother unintentionally started to squeeze the life out of him. "Mum, air. You might want to let him breath for a moment, Inko. An amused voice called from nearby, making the green-haired woman let out an embarrassed squeak as she released her son, who quickly began to take in deep, grateful gulps of air. The speaker, a slim, mid-sized man with black hair pulled back into a ponytail and dressed in a well-worn suit, stepped forward and ruffled Izuku's hair affectionately. "Hey there, kiddo. Sounds like you've had one heck of a rough day. Dad, what are you doing here?" Izuku asked in amazement. It was still light out. "Well, when your only child is attacked by one of those bedamned masked spirits and a swordmaster shows up to bring you to them, only for your employers to tell you that you can't leave and have to work overtime without pay again, it feels like it's time to tell them where to shove their job," Midoriya Hisashi drawled out. "That was honestly the straw that broke the camel's back. I am done with that company. Too much work for too little pay." Indeed, mandatory unpaid overtime was made illegal centuries ago. A cheerful voice opined from next to his dad. "I'll be personally passing on what you've told me to a trusted friend of mine in the police force. That Intetsu Industries still tries to enforce such draconian labor practices is simply inexcusable, and I will gladly assist in seeing it dealt with." "That's Principal Nizu?" Izuku gaped as he suddenly caught the sight of the small being. "Why is the guildmaster of the Japan's top swordmaster guild here?" "Ah, it is always a pleasure to be recognized," Nizu offered with a small grin as he hopped on a nearby chair to look Izuku directly in the eye. "However, I am here today wearing a far different hat, Midoriya Izuku-kun. Today I stand before you, not as the guildmaster of the United Alliance Swordmaster Guild, but instead as the principal of UA High School. As such, I am required by both duty and honor to aid any freshly awoken swordmaster come to terms with their new status, as well as assisting you in arranging proper training so that you can learn to control your new abilities. That being said, with Battle Awoken being such a rarity these days, with you being the first to emerge within Japan in 33 years, 4 months, 6 days, and 7 hours, things are a bit different from usual." "So, that really wasn't a dream, Izuku tried to get out, still somewhat overwhelmed by the idea that his dreams were actually coming true. "Indeed. Your spirit sword is resting right at the foot of your bed," the humanoid mammal informed him brightly. "I believe your sudden reunion with your parents might have blocked it from your sight." Looking down, Izuku felt his throat clench as he caught sight of the cream and emerald handle of the katana resting at feet of his bed. It was real. It was really real. It hadn't been a fever dream or a flight of fancy. He was truly a swordmaster now. Izuku couldn't even form words for a moment. "Yes, I know the sudden change can be a lot to take in," Nizu offered sympathetically. "I can still remember the day I awakened in that accursed laboratory. Let me tell you, child, there is nothing quite like going from an animal's intelligence to having an IQ of well over 200 to completely discombobulate you. It took me escaping and isolating myself for me to finally put the pieces together." "Stop overwhelming the poor boy, rodent." An elderly female voice spoke up as Shizenji Chiyo entered the room, scowling at the utterly unrepentant humanoid animal. "My patient is still recovering from the physical strain of having his Ryuryoku awakened and then drained within the span of a few moments. He doesn't need to have to deal with an information overload from your overeager ramblings to go along with it." The United Alliance's chief healer quickly shooed Nizu out of the room before she began going through a quick series of tests to ensure that Izuku was recovering properly. Still a bit on the peaky side, but overall his recovery has gone quite smoothly. He'll need a few high-calorie meals over the next few days to finish properly recovering, but otherwise he should be fine. She informed the Midoriya parents, both looking greatly relieved at the news, before allowing Nizu back in, this time with Yagi Tashinori at his side. "Very good. Now that your health has been certified, we can move on to crux of our issues," Nizu stated, hopping onto the bed opposite to Izuku and sat down. "As a newly awakened swordmaster, you are legally required to go through a certain set of training exercises, but the issue lies with the fact that you are already 15 years of age and have only just manifested your spirit sword." I thought that 16 was the maximum age for most awakenings?" Izuku asked nervously. Initially that was true. After the advent, swordmasters would awaken their spirit swords at random ages. Over the course of the next 50 years, the ages of those awakenings started to grow closer and closer until it settled into the commonly accepted 12 to 16 age range that most consider the norm. However, most are unaware that the age has been slowly narrowing even further over the past century or so, with more and more children awakening between 12 and 14. Currently, less than 20% of all awakenings occur after the age of 14. There has been some mutterings within the government to amend the official ages to match the new average, but so far such attempts have been largely ineffective due to more level-headed minds pointing out that denying training to even just 20% of newly awakened swordmasters could lead to disaster. Then what is the issue then? Hisashi asked, placing a hand on his wife and son's shoulders. While the training is still available, it is still a fair bit difficult to get the proper training resources for those over the age of 14 these days, simply due to most resources now being directed towards younger awoken. The rodent-headed man stated. Excuse me, but could you please explain just why my son needs this training? Inko asked nervously. Right now, the largest priority would be teaching him to control his spiritual energy, or Ryu-ryoku. Chio stated clinically. Technically, all living humans possess at least a small amount of it, but only those with the potential to become swordmasters possess enough in order for it to naturally form spirit swords or mask spirits. The higher a swordmaster's ranking, the more Ryu-ryoku they possess. The issue is that when a swordmaster first awakens their spirit sword, their Ryu-ryoku begins to spill out of them, rather like water being released from a spigot, and starts to permeate those people and places they spend time around. Spiritual contamination, as the effect is clinically called, can have a number of adverse effects on those who don't possess strong Ryu-ryoku of their own. Izuku instantly tried to move away from his parents instinctively, but was unable to move away from his mother's equally instinctive embrace. No need to worry for the moment, dearie. I've already placed a temporary restraining bracelet on you that should keep your Ryu-ryoku from leaking outward uncontrollably for the time being. The healer offered kindly, indicating Izuku's left wrist. Looking down, he quickly caught sight of a thin silver bracelet resting on his wrist. Sadly, these things only last for about a month or so until they burn out, and they're damned expensive, so I can't prescribe them as a long-term solution. Hopefully, a month should be more than enough time for your boy to learn how to rein in his Ryu-ryoku. You mentioned adverse effects just now, Hisashi said pointedly. Exactly what could happen if Izuku can't control his Ryu-ryoku? The most likely event is that the two of you, who likely spend a great deal of time around your son, will develop Ryu-ryoku to the point that it spontaneously manifests as masked spirits. Nizu stated bluntly. And given that your son's Ryu-ryoku is only a hair away from reaching A-class level, they would likely develop both extremely quickly and would be extremely powerful even as Class 1 spirits. Oh dear. Inko whispered in worry, the implications of such a thing terrifying the gentle woman. Yes, this is why ensuring that newly awoken swordmasters, particularly the stronger ones like young Midoriya, receive the proper training is such a high priority for swordmasters. Nizu stated simply. Yet, as I said, the requisite materials for him to start learning are not readily available. Fortunately, there is a relevant section written into the Swordmaster Charter, which was written specifically to support and aid battle-awoken swordmasters given their unique circumstances. A more senior swordmaster, specifically the first swordmaster to discover the battle-awoken, is required to take them as an apprentice of sorts until they have at least gained control of their Ryu-ryoku, as well as teach them some degree of proper swordsmanship and a myriad of other things. But the one who found me was All Might. He has way more important things to do than teach me. Izuku protested with wide eyes. Had I done my job properly, young Midoriya, you would not have been attacked in the first place. The blond man stated simply from where he was standing next to Nizu. It is my duty, and if I may say, my privilege, to be the one to train you in controlling your power. Master Nizu here has already promised to help your parents deal with the requisite paperwork dealing with your new swordmaster status, and the swordmaster allowance you shall receive shall be useful in alleviating any financial woes caused by your father's former company coming under investigation. The government gave a monthly allowance to the families of swordmasters unaffiliated with a guild as long as they didn't have a criminal record, the amount of which depended upon how powerful the swordmaster in question was. A simple way to help dissuade swordmasters from going rogue and using their abilities for criminal enterprises, though for some greedy people, it wasn't enough. Are you sure? The boy asked nervously. Of course. I was a battle awoken as well. Young Midoriya, Toshinori said with a smile. I know. If not exactly what you're going through, then at least I have a better idea than nearly any other swordmaster in Japan. I'll teach you exactly as my own master taught me. Rest assured, you're in good hands. Oh, okay then. Izuku nodded shyly. I'm in your care, Toshinori-sensei. With a broad grin, Toshinori nodded before pulling a cylindrical bag from behind him. Good. This is the sword bag you'll need to carry your spirit sword in going forward. Here's your first lesson on sword etiquette. It is considered extremely bad manners to touch another swordmaster's spirit sword. Only when one is rendered unconscious, or their arms are badly damaged enough that they can't do so themselves, is it appropriate to do so, and even then, it's best to keep contact to a minimum. As a consequence, giving someone else permission to touch your spirit sword is a sign of deep trust and respect, so treat it as such. Understood. Izuku nodded before catching the carry case that his new master had tossed him. He gently managed to wiggle his way free from his mother's nervous embrace and got to his feet. Gently picking up his new blade, he carefully slid it into the case before zipping it closed. Be sure to keep that within at least 6 meters of yourself at all times for the next year, young Midoriya. Nizu reminded him. Preferably, it would be best to keep it constantly within arm's reach. Once your spirit sword has fully stabilized into a physical object after that time has passed, you should be able to have it as far from you as you like. Though I will warn you that having it too far away is a most uncomfortable experience for a swordmaster. Izuku nodded, absently pulling his covered spirit sword closer to his own chest. Mrs. Midoriya, Mr. Midoriya, I must ask you to call in to your son's school and let them know that he will not be attending classes for the next month. Toshinori requested respectfully. We cannot risk some damage happening to the containment bracelet while Izuku is still learning control and the possible spiritual contamination of an entire school. I will be visiting your home every day to start teaching him the basics of Ryuryoku control. Hopefully, it won't take more than a week or so to get him to the point where he won't need to self-quarantine to avoid accidentally exposing to his Ryuryoku if his bracelet is damaged. Afterwards, we'll move training to one of the United Alliance Guild's training halls to focus on more personal matters to do with his spirit sword. After exchanging contact information, and a promise from Nizu to drop by the next day with Toshinori with every piece of paperwork needed to register Izuku as a swordmaster, the Midoriya family left the chapter house feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The next day, Izuku's room, Midoriya home. Well, you did say you were a fan, Toshinori offered, a small smirk on his face as he took a look around Izuku's bedroom. The self-admitted swordmaster otaku was already flushing red next to him. Izuku's room was absolutely packed with memorabilia from the various famous swordmasters and guilds across the country, along with a number of foreign ones. He caught sight of a small figurine of young Kathleen Bate, a girl he'd saved while he was training in America for his confrontation with him, who had eventually awoken and grown into one of the strongest swordmasters in North America. A significant portion of the collected merchandise, he'd say close to a quarter of it, was dedicated to the United Alliance Guild, including more than a few pieces depicting himself. He was pleased to note that none of the collected posters or other decorations showed any of their spirit swords in their release state. A spirit sword's unsealed form was considered a very private and personal thing, only to be shown on the battlefield. Recordings of them being used in battle were mostly fine, but no self-respecting swordmaster would approve of any merchandise depicting their shurikai. Even showy idiots like Uwabami agreed with that. Most considered the idea something akin to how a well-respected actor or model would consider posing for a gravure or pornographic image. Sorry, I'm a bit of a collector, Izuku admitted, face down and practically glowing in embarrassment. No harm in that, Toshinori stated, giving his new pupil a reassuring pat on his shoulder. There's no shame in having a hobby, my boy, or admiring a certain way of life. So then, let's get started so you can start living that life you've been waiting for. The sooner I teach you Jinzen, the sooner we can start working to get your Ryuryoku under control, and then we can get to the real meat and potatoes of swordmaster training. Jinzen? The greenette responded, blinking slightly in confusion. Sword meditation, the blonde man clarified, sitting cross-legged on the floor with his sword in his lap and gesturing for Izuku to sit across of him. Our spirit swords are very literally an extension of our very beings, young Midoriya. They are born of our souls, grow with us and vanish when our spirits leave this world. While you were unconscious, you visited a strange place, didn't you? That was your inner world, the world born from the creation of your spirit sword and the birth of your sword spirit. Did you meet anyone while you were there? Why, yeah. He said that he was my sword spirit. Izuku agreed with a nod. So you actually spoke with him? That's good. The older swordmaster smiled. It'll certainly make teaching you Jinzen far easier. Now, what I am about to tell you is something that you cannot speak about to anyone who is not already a fellow swordmaster, young Midoriya. Do you understand? The teen nodded, visibly curious. While most know and acknowledge that spirit swords are created by a swordmaster's Ryoryoku, or even their soul for the more spiritually minded, what few realize is that they are not fully independent entities, but actual manifestations of a part of our own souls, and each has a form of mental avatar, the sword spirits as they call themselves, that dwells within our inner world. Toshinori stated softly, "It is true for my Rijinmaru, so it is for your sword, whatever their name may be." He tried to tell me his name, but I couldn't hear it. Izuku offered, frowning slightly. The older swordmaster chuckled a bit at that. I would honestly be shocked if you managed to hear your spirit sword's name just after awakening. It takes time and effort to attune oneself with the spirit that dwells within your spirit sword in order to hear their name. That is the main point of Jinzen, to enter your inner world and converse and train with them in order to strengthen your link and build a bond of trust and rapport with them so that your soul as a whole will synchronize with the portion that forms your spirit sword. Once you accomplish that, you will be able to hear their name and gain the ability to utilize the first transformation, the true release, or SeerKing, of your spirit sword. SeerKing, why yours takes the form of a broadsword that can control water, right? Izuku said. Indeed. My spirit sword is named Rijinmaru, and it is indeed a water-type spirit sword. There are a number of sword types, though the exact classification of any spirit sword is only revealed when its SeerKing has been awakened. There are the various elemental types, the purely physical melee types, the energy manipulation and projection types, and a host of others that fall somewhere in between. Beyond that, there are even more subtypes based on how a spirit sword uses its new form. Toshinori explained. For example, Rijinmaru's exact classification is a flowing water spirit sword. Rather than generating large quantities of water, it instead focuses on generating smaller amounts and combines them with enhanced control to create highly precise close to mid-ranged attacks. Any elemental type can generate a flowing aspect spirit sword. Why, I even met a flowing earth wielder during my time in America whose sword created streams of fine gravel and sand that he could use to pummel, constrict, or even grind away his opponents. I wonder what kind of spirit sword mine is. Izuku whispered wondrously, fingers gently running across the blade's sheath. He blinked suddenly. Oh, there's something that he told me before I woke up that I can't seem to wrap my head around. He said that, while our desires are linked, they are also separate. What does that mean? As I said, a spirit sword is born of a portion of our own souls. They represent an aspect of us, but a single part of something, magnified and separated, is often vastly different from the whole. As such, a spirit sword's priorities often tend to be drastically different than our own. Toshinori stated with a wry smile on his lips. No matter how much they may squabble with their wielders, no matter how much we may anger them or how much we disagree, even if they are so fed up with us that they ignore us for years at a time, our safety and prosperity is always their priority. Every sword spirit wishes to protect its wielder from harm. Since you are a battle awoken and your sword spirit said such a thing to you, I can only assume there's something that you have been doing, or not doing rather, that has infuriated him. Izuku looked down. He really didn't want to get into this, but knew that he'd have to if he wanted to move forward. It was obvious that this was going to be the major issue between his sword spirit and himself, and if he ever wanted to truly bond with his sword, he was going to have to do something about it. This was a first step. Mum's childhood friend, Bakugo Mitsuki, has a son, Katsuki. He's the same age as me and an A-class swordmaster, and he's basically the king of Aldera Junior High. We used to be the best of friends until we both turned 9, but then we grew apart, and he became a bully. He started to enjoy hurting and belittling everyone around him, me especially. It got even worse once he awoke his spirit sword. Has he ever drawn his sword against you? Toshinori asked, eyes sharpening noticeably. For a swordmaster to draw their blade against a civilian? No, never. He's never even removed it from the carry bag around other people. The greenette quickly denied. Katsuki, he's a jerk, but he's never gone that far. Katsuki Bakugo was smart enough to know just how far he could push without crossing a line that even his talent wouldn't be able to save him from it. That's something, at least, the swordmaster agreed with a huff. Still, a young swordmaster with that kind of attitude is a troubling thing. Which swordmaster academy is he planning to apply to? Izuku admitted. Bakugo has always been incredibly competitive. He always has to be the best at anything he tries for. The very idea of losing is just kinda anathema to him. He's always aiming to be the one on top. He's been that way since we were kids. Competitiveness is all well and good, but there are things far more important in this world than simply being the best. That kind of attitude certainly won't last long if he manages to get into my alma mater. Toshinori stated with a snort. UA has a very strict policy about treating every swordmaster candidates the same, regardless of their class. Even their policy about only accepting B-class and higher swordmasters is done only because their training programs are designed around working with students who have at least a certain amount of Ryuryoku. Anyway, I take it that your sword spirit is resentful that you haven't been standing up to your old friend? Yeah, that was pretty much what he implied. Izuku agreed with a sigh. I've gotten used to standing up to him at least verbally, but actually confronting him? Whenever I try, my mind always goes back to when we were kids and I just freeze up. I keep seeing the smug, laughing kid that used to lead me on adventures through the parks when we were 6. I guess a part of me just wants to go back to those days when we were best friends. It can be hard to let go of those kind of memories, no matter how much the people they are related to change. The older man agreed, nodding in understanding. Well, once you are both attending UA, any kind of negative behavior from him will be severely curtailed by the staff, I can guarantee you that. How did you know that I was aiming for UA as well? Izuku asked with a blink. You mean besides all the merch? Toshinori asked with a smirk, causing the younger man to flush again and look away. It's part of the whole apprenticeship thing. If the master is impressed enough with the student's progress, it is customary for them to offer a recommendation to their old academy. Whether you were aiming to go there beforehand or not was irrelevant. Once Izuku had recovered from that revelation, they got into training him for Jinzen properly. The basic steps of it were essentially the same as any normal form of meditation, but rather than aiming to attain some peaceful state of mind, one was attempting to connect with their inner world. The hardest part of this was getting a feel for exactly where that was. The fact that Izuku had been there once before, and had even contacted his sword spirit while there, meant that he had a distinct advantage. His mind would instinctively retrace his steps back to that location once he managed to reach the proper state. All right, we've made excellent progress for our first session, Toshinori stated as he felt Izuku drawing closer and closer to connecting to his inner world. Best to stop now before he actually connected. The next steps would take a while and it was already starting to get late. It normally takes quite a bit of time to reach your inner world, but we Battle Awoken have a slight advantage. Even with that, you're making excellent progress, young Midoriya. Thank you, sensei. Izuku nodded happily. Now I need to close tonight's lesson with another important piece of swordmaster etiquette. Since they are extensions of our own souls, the landscape of their inner world and the appearance of their sword spirit are all deeply personal and private things. The aged swordmaster stated seriously. Do not, under any circumstances, reveal details about any of them to someone whom you do not greatly trust, and make sure you are somewhere where you cannot be overheard. Details of these things can give away vital information about who you are as a person and what makes you tick. Several news companies with less than stellar reputations have a bad habit of trying to trick and persuade new swordmasters to reveal those details, then having their pet shrinks psychoanalyze them to death live on TV. Izuku nodded in understanding. Got it. Is that kind of thing even legal? They've managed to find a legal gray area for it, Toshinori stated with an annoyed growl. While it is most certainly illegal to take the information from records and the like, if a swordmaster lets information slip from their own mouths about their own spirit swords, they're technically making the information public. Those news companies who make a habit of perpetuating such distasteful tactics frequently have their personnel barred from going near any swordmaster while on or off duty. I have a lot to learn, don't I? Izuku asked tiredly and somewhat rhetorically. Toshinori answered him nonetheless. Yes, you do. Yet even I don't know everything there is to know about spirit swords, despite having possessed one for over 40 years, he said with a snort of laughter. Hell, even Chio doesn't know everything about spirit swords, and she has a couple more decades of experience under her belt than I do, and a few degrees to boot. Standing up, the blonde man patted Izuku on the shoulder when he stood as well. Now, I want you to practice that meditation technique for at least an hour before I arrive tomorrow, and for another hour at night before you go to bed. Toshinori instructed him. Once you have managed to connect to your inner world on a constant basis, I'll start teaching you the actual exercises to control your Ryuryoku.
Hi.
Izuku nodded obediently. Now, let's go and see how your parents and Nizu are doing, Toshinori said, leading his pupil towards the door. With his guidance, they will no doubt have already finished managing the glut of bureaucracy that the government requires. Izuku smiled as he followed his mentor through the apartment. He was going to be a swordmaster worthy of the name. That was what he'd do. Inside his inner world, Izuku's sword spirit smiled to himself as the few remaining clouds cleared, allowing sunlight to bathe the world in light, even as a new mountain formed near the center of the world. Chapter 3. Explosive Reactions. 1 week later, Izuku's bedroom. Toshinori hummed quietly as he reached out with his spiritual senses and closely examined the Ryuryoku of the boy meditating just a few feet away from him. Once Izuku had shown that he could consistently enter and exit his inner world while using Jinzen, the very next day after he was first taught the basics of the technique, the older swordmaster had moved him on to the next exercise, this one designed to help new swordmasters start to master their Ryuryoku. To be specific, the meditation technique he'd taught Izuku had been a very basic intermediate grade technique. Swordmaster techniques were rated on a simple, tier-based system with a technique's grade representing the level of Ryuryoku that a user needed to use it effectively or safely. Basic grade techniques required at least C-class Ryuryoku, intermediate required B-class, advanced required A-class, and the extremely rare master grade techniques require S-class Ryuryoku to use safely. Granted, the system wasn't completely cut and dry. A skilled, talented, or diligent enough C-class could likely learn a simple intermediate grade technique, and higher classes regularly learned lower grade techniques either for the sake of conserving energy or as a training exercise to improve their fine control over their Ryuryoku. Back in the early days after the Advent period, the Japanese government had wanted to develop a series of exercises that were one-size-fits-all. Unfortunately, that was soon proven impossible due to the overwhelming differences in the amount of Ryuryoku the newly recognized classes of swordmasters could possess. A training technique suitable for C-class would simply be overwhelmed by the sheer amount of Ryuryoku an A, or even an advanced B-class could wield. Likewise, a technique suitable for A-classes would be impossible for a C-class to practice without completely exhausting themselves too quickly to show any true gains. So instead, the government, with no small amount of aid from the original 10 swordmaster guilds, had developed the basics of the current ranking system to help classify meditation techniques as they were developed. Having been practicing with that technique for a week now, Izuku's control had quickly advanced to the point that Toshinori had felt comfortable enough in moving him on to the next stage of the technique, which the boy was even now attempting for the first time on his own. While he practiced, Toshinori was keeping a close, spiritual eye on his student's progress in order to catch any deviations or errors in his young protégé's progress. There were surprisingly few. Toshinori resisted the urge to snort. That was the story of Izuku's training so far. While the boy lacked what most would call talent, that innate ability to quickly grasp and understand new techniques without issue, Izuku had quickly proven himself to be one of the fastest learners Toshinori had ever met. The boy could quickly pick up the basics of a technique with few issues, and then would quickly build up from it, learning from and rapidly correcting any errors he made along the way. With that kind of learning ability coupled with the boy's dogged determination, Toshinori was sure the boy was going to be something else someday. Heck, he's already far more advanced than I was after just a week. Toshinori thought a little self-depreciatingly. His master had needed to alter a few of the standard training techniques to suit the powerful, bludgeoning Ryuryoku he'd been born with. That wild Ryuryoku of his might have made him a fair bit stronger than an average swordmaster of the same rank when he first awakened, but it had also made his first attempts at learning to control it far more difficult. Young Izuku was blessed that his own Ryuryoku had a naturally smoother flow than Toshinori's had. Not to mention the boy seemed to have a natural knack for control. His control is already at a fairly solid level. He seems to have reached the point where he should be able to at least be able to keep his Ryuryoku leashed until he can be escorted away to safety if his bracelet is somehow damaged. The number one swordmaster thought. From here, we will simply need to continue practicing his technique until it becomes second nature, and he can maintain this state without using the meditation as a crutch. Still, his progress has been most impressive so far. Toshinori hadn't had the opportunity to interact much with the younger members of his Swordmaster Guild, or any young swordmasters really, due to his constant battles against him. The sheer number of times that his nemesis had come close to slaying him was only matched by the depths of loathing Toshinori felt for that particular monster in human skin. It was only after he'd finally won, barely managing to cripple that ancient menace that had cursed the world for the past 2 centuries beyond repair, that Toshinori had found himself adrift. He'd been so focused on achieving his goal that, after he'd attained it, he'd found himself without direction. He had gone about his duties as a swordmaster as if in some form of waking dream, uncertain of his own future without the monolith that had been his goal for decades to help keep him on a steady path. Those few he'd allowed to grow close over the years, who'd aided him in his quest, had tried to help him find purpose again, and he'd been slowly starting to find his feet, only for a ghost to seemingly rise up from the grave. That masked spirit that had attacked young Midoriya had been far too powerful for one of its age and ranking. Even if it had managed to devour both its creator and a weak swordmaster, a masked spirit less than a fortnight old shouldn't have been anywhere near as deadly as this one. Its own innate ability, one that partially nullified most basic forms of physical attacks due its semi-liquid form, was already far too powerful to have occurred naturally, but the amount of control and intelligence it had demonstrated in its battle with Toshinori and young Midoriya, combined with the ability to rapidly regenerate and restore itself by reabsorbing any separated pieces while at the same time relentlessly attacking from multiple angles using tendrils, was far more advanced than it had any right to be. A normal masked spirit of the same parameters should have only just entered Class 2 ranking, but that beast had fought and had abilities far too close to one that was approaching Class 3, albeit lacking in the sheer power and size of the more advanced class. It was only Rijinmaru's own ability perfectly counteracting the masked spirits that had allowed him to so easily overwhelm it. No, there had been something deeply unnatural about that particular spirit, and it was setting off a great many of the old swordmaster's finely tuned instincts. He could only pray that Nizu was right, that even if that thing was his handiwork, then it was just a lost or cast-off remnant of his experiments. Pushing away such thoughts, Toshinori got back to the matter at hand. That being that he had absolutely no experience when it came to training anyone. So far, he liked to think he'd been doing fairly well just flying by the seat of his trousers and doing his best to mimic his master, his first one, not Torino-sensei, and trying to adapt her own lessons and training methods to suit his own pupil. "How am I doing, sensei?" Izuku asked quietly, eyes still closed. "Very well, young Midoriya," Toshinori stated, grinning a bit. "At your current level, the only people who'd be affected by your Ryuryoku would be other swordmasters, and only those weaker than you at that. A bit more polish, and we can move to the next stage, learning to maintain this state without the use of a meditation technique. By the time your basic training is complete, this will hopefully be your default state, and you will instead have to consciously release your hold on your Ryoryoku instead. Izuku smiled proudly, before opening his eyes and tilting his head slightly in inquiry. Yagi-sensei? Do all sword masters learn the same basic exercises? The exact technique varies based on how strong the swordmaster's Ryoryoku is, but they are all based around the same basic principle, yes. Why do you ask? Toshinori replied curiously. It's just, I honestly can't see someone like Bakugo just sitting around and meditating like this, the boy answered. He's always been so active, I guess. He's the type that hates sitting around and doing nothing. Even sitting still during classes is something he's always had trouble with. I just can't believe someone would be able to get him to sit still and meditate like this. Toshinori chuckled. I've met the type before, he agreed with a nod. But there are numerous variants to the standard training methods. The one I'm teaching you is simply the most orthodox method. Young Bakugo likely practices a more active form of meditation, repeatedly practicing a single kata or some other repetitive exercise in order to allow his mind to drift into the proper state while blaring loud music to drown out distractions, instead of calming himself through meditation like we have been. That form of meditation has its own benefits, but so does the kind that we practice. Izuku considered that for a moment. That honestly does sound like something Bakugo would do. Izuku agreed with a slight snort. Toshinori merely hummed slightly. Back to the matter at hand. Congratulations are in order, young Midoriya. You seem to have mastered the basics. Now we can move on to properly utilizing them, he stated, pushing himself up off the floor before offering Izuku a hand to help rise back to his feet as well. Starting tomorrow, we'll be moving our training to a United Alliance dojo, so we can begin training you in actually using your spirit sword. From what I saw during your meeting with that sludge mask, you seem to have a fairly decent level of skill with the standard kendo. That will serve you well as a good basis for you to properly develop your own fighting style. It's going to be a lot of work, but I have faith you can handle it. Yes, sir. Izuku agreed eagerly, nodding his head. 3 weeks later. Classroom, Aldera Junior High. And we're welcoming back Midoriya Izuku after an extended absence due to unforeseen circumstances, the teacher stated blandly, although Katsuki was barely listening. Instead, his jaw had briefly dislocated to nearly touch his ankles before quickly closing with enough force to bite through concrete as he ground his teeth together, glowering at his former friend. Why? Because Midoriya Izuku, the fucking Deku, had just walked in carrying a goddamned sword carry bag slung over his shoulder. And it wasn't a damned knockoff or a fake. Even from here he could see the official Swordmaster logo emblazoned on its side. There were only a couple of companies in Japan that were allowed to use that logo, and only on items that were made using materials designated for Swordmaster usage. Anyone who was stupid enough to try and make half-assed rip-offs would have the Swordmaster guilds after their asses, something that only a complete dumbass would be willing to risk. More than that, despite how much Katsuki looked down Deku these days, even he was willing to admit that the other boy wasn't delusional enough to try and pretend to be something he wasn't. If the nerd had an official Swordmaster sword carry bag, then he was actually a Swordmaster now. How? The blonde boy practically snarled within his own mind as the lessons started around him. How in the name of flying fuck did that shitty Deku of all people become a Swordmaster? Yeah, he might still technically be within the age limit for awakening a spirit sword, but the Swordmaster who was put in charge of my initial training said that hardly anyone awakened a spirit sword after 14 anymore. Was that dumbass lying, or just even more worthless than I thought? Bakugo Katsuki didn't think the idiot had been lying or incompetent enough to get such a basic fact so wrong, but the proof against what he'd been told, and had internalized since, was right in front of him. Right, that fucking tears it. The blonde boy decided as a sneer flashed across his face for a brief moment. I am going to get some answers, even if I have to drag them out of that bastard Deku's shitty throat. Lunch break. Rooftop, Aldera Junior High. Honestly, Izuku had been half expecting his ex-friend to blow his top right there in the middle of the classroom the moment he spotted the distinctive bag he'd been carrying. Most people only saw them as a specially designed bag for carrying a sword around in public, more of a status symbol than anything else, But the bag itself was actually created from a specially developed fabric that was capable of partially inhibiting the flow of Ryuryoku, and were thus reserved purely for use by swordmasters. And since Bakugo owned one himself, it was fairly obvious that he'd be capable of quickly recognizing one as well. The fact that he'd managed to limit himself to nothing more than the occasional glare for the entirety of their morning classes was honestly nothing more than a mild miracle. But the green-haired teen knew that it wasn't going to last much longer. That was why he'd bolted up to his favorite rooftop sanctuary as soon as the bell rang for lunch, and quickly began to wolf down his bento as quickly as possible before Katsuki showed up. He just managed to finish and was washing down the last of his food with a couple mouthfuls of soda when Katsuki once again kicked open the door to the roof. If he kept that up, he was going to end up leaving a footprint in the metal. DKU. Bakugo practically roared as he stomped out of the doorway. You had better have a fucking good explanation for this, you shitty nerd. How the screaming hell did you become a fucking swordmaster? You know, you should probably look into expanding your vocabulary, Bakugo. The greenette replied mildly, doing his best to project calm even as his insides squirmed uncomfortably. Some people are bound to accuse you of being unoriginal if you don't. His blasé response only seemed to add further fuel the other boy's rage. Stop fucking evading the question, nerd. What fucking shit did you pull to end up as a swordmaster after your 14th birthday? I was attacked by a masked spirit. Izuku replied with a sigh. I am what is commonly referred to as a battle-awoken swordmaster, Bakugo. One who has awakened their spirit sword due to external stress rather than a natural awakening. Before you spout off about never hearing about such a fucking thing before now, there's two reasons for that. First, we're incredibly rare. I am apparently the first to appear in Japan in over 30 years. Second, the government purposefully does its best to keep the existence of Battle Awoken out of public knowledge to keep the desperate, delusional, or suicidally naive from throwing themselves into danger for the mere chance to awaken. Katsuki's mouth audibly snapped shut with a click at that before he refocused his glare on the shit stain sitting in front of him. He knew the nerd well enough, unfortunately, due to their history, and knew the little bastard couldn't lie to save his life. There hadn't been a single one of his painfully obvious tells visible while he was talking. Tisage. Katsuki spat to the side as he forcefully digested this distasteful, to him, change in the status quo. So, you finally got your wish and became a swordmaster. You must have been fucking creaming yourself when you found out. What class did you end up as? He managed to growl out. B class, though my teacher states that I am on the verge of advancing to A class. Izuku stated simply, feeling a momentary flash of satisfaction as a dumbfounded look crossed his old friend's face. Then the anger came rushing back. You fucking worthless little, the volatile blonde practically snarled, one hand unconsciously reaching for his sword case before it curled into a fist. You think this is funny? That this is some fucking joke? That you'll start snapping at my heels now? That you're not a loser anymore just 'cause you got fucking lucky? Fuck that. A loser's always going to stay a loser. And I'm the best and always will be. Himph, with a reaction like, people might start thinking you're scared of something, Kakin. Izuku responded dully, rising to his feet. That accusation, that insult, was more than enough to make Katsuki's vision go red. Rushing forward, he reared back before letting loose with what was, unknown to him, his favorite and most predictable opening shot, a right hook. And Izuku, who had been on the receiving end of that blow more times than he'd care to count, knew just how to counter it. And this time there was no flashback to happier times that made him hesitate. Leaning back, the vedette allowed the fist to sail past him before grabbing onto the wrist and giving it a harsh tug, pulling Bakugo off balance, before dodging to the side and solidifying his fall with a low kick to the back of his assailant's knee as he stumbled forwards. And so it was that Bakugo Katsuki found himself sprawled on the rooftop, on his hands and knees, blinking in confusion at what had just happened to him. Had Deku actually fought back against him? I've finally accepted that we aren't friends anymore, Bakugo, and that are no chances of things going back to how they used to be, Izuku stated coldly, staring down at the person who'd once been his brother in all but blood, a faint glimmer of regret in his eyes. So, I'm done being your punching bag. You want to fight me? Save it for when we're both in UA High. Then we'll let our spirit swords do the talking for us. Until then, just leave me the fuck alone." His piece said. Izuku turned and walked away, grabbing his book bag and spirit sword off the bench as he did so, and leaving his ex-friend kneeling on the ground, momentarily stunned as his world was flipped onto its side for the second time that day. It took 5 minutes for Bakugo's world to stop spinning enough that could force himself back to his feet. As he did so, that old familiar rage came roaring back, hotter and stronger than ever. Deku thought becoming a swordmaster made him tough shit? Worthless Deku, though he could stand up to him now? Worthless, shitty, fucking Deku thought he was his fucking goddamn equal? Fuck that noise. Katsuki only noticed that his hands were tightly grasped around the hilt of his spirit sword through its carry bag a moment later. The urge to rip the bag open and show that worthless nerd just where he stood in the pecking order was strong, but he forced it down. The nerd had been right about one thing. Swordmasters couldn't fight one another blade to blade outside of guild dojos and training lessons at swordmaster academies. And he had been a swordmaster far longer than Deku, closing on 2 years now. He'd be the one in deep shit if he started a fight, no matter the, to his mind, completely justifiable provocations. Fully reining in his temper once more, Katsuki started making his way back to the classroom. "Go on and fucking live it up while you can, Deku." The blonde boy sneered in his mind, hands still clenched tightly. "I'll just show you your place when I get into UA, and you end up flunking." Simply because one was a swordmaster did not mean one would automatically gain entry to whatever swordmaster academy they wanted. Some had minimum swordmaster class levels for entrance, such as the so-called Big Three academies of Japan, UA, Ketsubutsu, and Shiketsu, that only accepted applicants that were already B-class swordmasters or higher. Next, one had to meet an academy's minimum academic standards, which usually meant passing a written entrance exam just like any other high school in Japan. Finally, you had to demonstrate a reasonable level of skill at controlling your Ryoryoku and wielding your spirit sword, meaning you had to allow someone to examine your control and fight in a match against an examiner. To Bakugo, though, given his biases, fight an examiner was automatically upgraded to defeat an examiner. Fighting a spar and not at least trying to win was fucking pointless. Previously, Katsuki had known that he was the only one in this worthless school who was capable of making it into UA for the Swordmaster course. He trained his ass off with his sword tutor. He meditated, via loud rock and exercise, not that pansy-ass Zen bullshit, every day, and he scrupulously upheld the rules laid down for swordmasters. He had the drive, he had the work ethic, he had the brains, he had the skill, and he had the Ryoryoku. Now that the fucking Deku was trying to chase after him, the blonde boy silently resolved to at least double his current training regime. That little bastard thought that he'd be able to catch up to him? No way in hell. Bakugo Katsuki was going to utterly crush that pathetic little nerd and show him just where he belonged. Just another fucking pebble on his path to greatness. That night, Izuku's inner world. Izuku absently swung his legs over the edge of the cliff that seemed to be the entrance to his inner world. He'd been coming here almost nightly since he first got a handle on how to use Jinzen properly, but he had yet to catch so much as a glance of his sword spirit since his first visit. He could occasionally feel his presence silently watching him from the mists that stretched at the feet of the massive mountain that made up the center of his inner world. But he got the distinct feeling that if he tried to search for the spirit himself, he'd just end up getting lost in the mists. When his sword spirit wished to speak to him again, Izuku would be waiting for him. That was most well done today. The old man's voice offered gruffly, the white shrouded figure seemingly appearing out of nowhere to stand at his shoulder. It was most satisfying to see Sex's wielder finally suffer a taste of resistance. Izuku made an absent note that he couldn't hear the name of Katsuki's sword spirit, likely because the other sword spirit hadn't even revealed it to its owner. However, Izuku didn't feel much like dwelling on that interesting bit of trivia right now, his mind still churning from his encounter with his former friend that day. Instead, he simply let out a tired sigh. I hate acting like that to anyone, even Bakugo. It almost felt like I was the damned bully back there. Hardly. You fought only in self-defense and demanded to be left in peace. How are those the actions of a bully? the sword spirit responded simply. The bully is one who acts to torment others for their own enjoyment or fulfillment. Were your words harsh? Yes, but necessarily so. We both know that XXXX's wielder would not have listened to anything else. Izuku was silent, having no way of arguing with that logic, but still uncomfortable with how he'd been forced to act. It seems that you are still too close to the trees to see the forest when it comes to Bakugo Katsuki, my noble master. The spirit stated tiredly before turning. Come and follow me. I have something to show you. Puzzled and more than a bit curious, Izuku did as asked, following his sword spirit onto a wide, sloping path that seemed to corkscrew around the central mountain. Each of the mountains that surround us in your inner world represents a relationship, a bond that you share with another soul. The cloaked spirit explained. The taller the mountain born and the closer they are to the center of this world, the stronger the bond is and the more important they are to you. The mountain that we stand on now represents your bond with your mother, Midoriya Izuku, while that one over there represents your bond with your father, Midoriya Hisashi. Izuku froze for a moment at that, turning to gaze not only on the massive mountain they stood on, but also at its closest neighbor, one that was only just slightly smaller than the peak they stood on. Both mountains were so tall that their tops were obscured by the thin, wispy clouds that filled the sky of his inner world. Mum, Dad, that smaller mountain just over there represents the bond that has been growing between you and the wielder of Rijinmaru. His sword spirit continued, pointing ahead of them and revealing a thin human arm bearing a white, lightly armored gauntlet. There was indeed another mountain there, one he definitely didn't remember seeing on his first visit. It was significantly smaller than the previous two, but still a fairly large hillock, and seemed to still be growing up from the mists that covered the lower region of his inner world before his eyes. It is rare for a new mountain to be born so soon after just meeting someone, let alone having it grow so large in such a short time. But he is also the first teacher you have had that has truly proven himself worthy of the name. That, and there is simply something about the man we cannot help but trust, isn't there? The boy couldn't help but nod his agreement, a sneaking suspicion growing in his gut of where his sword spirit was going with this as they descended further down past the cloying mists that lingered around the foot of the mountain. Beneath it, there was a vast stretch of rolling grassland, supporting a large number of, frankly, unimpressive hillocks and mounds, most being barely more than a gentle hump on the ground. These are... Izuku couldn't finish. Those are the bonds, if one can even call them such, that you carry for your classmates and teachers. Those cowardly fools that would rather cower and flinch in fear of upsetting one stronger than them than risk standing and trying to resist him. The spirit stated distastefully, before its cloaked head turned to a single spot in particular. And there lies what little remains of your bond with Bakugo Katsuki. Following Cowl's gaze, Izuku turned and caught sight of a hollow mountain. It stood at the foot of his mother's mountain, and Izuku somehow knew that it once reached high enough to rival it in size. Now it was a twisted, empty thing. Hollowed out, distorted and shrunken down to the point that it just barely clawed at the mists right above its broken peak. Entire portions of it looked like they had collapsed inwardly, as if it was rotting away from its very core. How? Izuku recoiled in some form of instinctive disgust at the sight. This is what happens when another soul willfully severs the bond between you while you continue to cling to it. The sword spirit spoke gently. I remember when the mountain called Brother stretched high enough to rival that of Mother and Father. It was painful to watch it shrink and wither, but it was far worse to see it hollow itself out as you desperately clung to that lost bond, hoping against hope to see it rekindled. The mere fact that it is as hollow and twisted as it is means that, even if you refuse to consciously acknowledge it, you know that the bond is gone, leaving only an empty shell behind. That portions have started to collapse means that you are beginning to accept that loss. When you have finally fully acknowledged that Bakugo Katsuki is no longer someone you could call a friend, then that broken shell shall finally collapse entirely, leaving behind only a mound of rubble to act as a grave marker for the bond that once was and shall never be again. Izuku winced. You really don't know how to pull your punches, do you? You have willfully averted your eyes from the truth for years, my far too kind master. Even in your youth, You did your best to ignore the worst aspects of your former friend's behavior until they were thrust into your face. The old man responded. Being anything less than utterly blunt, and to the point would have allowed you to try and avert your eyes again. I should know, after all, we are but two parts of the same being. That startled a laugh from Izuku. Yeah, I guess I can't really argue with that now, he said before sighing. Unnoticed to him, but easily apparent to the sword spirit by his side, another section of the broken mountain crumbled away. I guess I'm really going to have to knuckle down on my training. Today might have pushed Bakugo back for a while, but the only way he's ever going to truly leave me be is if I prove without a doubt that I am strong enough that he can't push me around anymore. That means surpassing him, or at least standing on equal footing with him. The most wise choice, my good master, but I would advise against treating him as a rival. Instead, treat him as an obstacle that must be overcome to follow your dreams. His sword spirit advised him kindly. He will eventually be a fellow swordmaster, but nothing more. It is best that one establishes boundaries from the start, lest the past repeat itself. Izuku let out another sigh. You're right, he agreed. Again, another section of the crumbling mountain behind him seemed to collapse, his decision being reflected in his inner world. The sword spirit gently laid a thin, armored hand on his master's shoulder. The spirit knew that this was not an easy decision for his master to make, but he also knew that it was a necessary one to ensure that his beloved master could grow strong and find true happiness. The spirit knew that down to the very depth of its bones. Several months later, U.A Sword Master Academy entrance. Whoa! Izuku breathed out, staring up at the large entryway. UA is the single largest gathering point of young, untrained swordmasters in Kanto, with only Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu rivaling it in sheer size and number of applicants, was built like a fortress to help defend it and its students from any masked spirits attempting to break in and devour the students. Most swordmaster academies were built close to, if not directly adjacent, to the guild headquarters of well-sized swordmaster guild that acted as the school's primary defenders against masked spirit incursions. The fact that such academies acted as lightning rods for most of the less intelligent masked spirits, having their headquarters and a steady pool of capable swordmasters nearby, was also beneficial for the guilds for quickly taking care of any masked spirits shortly after they emerge. UA took this a step further, with the massive campus doubling as both a swordmaster academy and the guild headquarters for the United Alliance Guild. This was one of the reasons that the perimeter walls that surrounded the entire campus were quite a bit taller and thicker than normal, and also crafted from a man-made aggregate that was highly resistant to attacks fueled by Ryuryoku. The fact that the material was also a great deal more resistant than regular concrete when it came to physical attacks was also an added bonus. The massive gate Izuku was standing in front of, formed from the same material, was normally sealed shut to prevent intrusion. Crafted from the same material as the walls, it retracted into the ground rather than opening normally. It was only open today to allow free access for the entrance exams. Out of my way, Deku. Bakugo snarled out as he stomped by, not inadvertently knocking him off balance.
Attrape.
Izuku deadpanned as readied himself to try and catch himself enough so that he could fall correctly like Toshinori-sensei had taught him. Look out! Whoa there! A pair of voices called out and two pairs of hands grabbed him, stopping him from falling. He quickly rebalanced himself and straightened up, turning to thank the ones who had caught him, before stopping with a squeak. Both of the people who had caught him, and who were now looking at him in mild concern, were girls. One was a cute brunette with permanent blush marks on her cheeks, while the other was a tall, orange-haired girl with the grace and poise of someone who's seriously trained in martial arts. Their auburn and teal eyes were both regarding him carefully. He noticed the sword carry cases over their shoulders and quickly realized that they were swordmasters too. Thank you. He managed to stammer out. Thank you, Toshinori-sensei, for making him socialize before and after sword fighting lessons. No problem. Geez, what was with that jerk? The Orangeette huffed, crossing her arms indignantly. Who just charges through people like that? That's Bakugo's normal attitude, WL, when it comes to me, anyway. Izuku said with a slight scowl. Wait, you know him? The brunette asked with an adorable tilt of her head. Oh, our mothers are best friends, so we've known each other since forever, he answered with a shrug. Then he kinda grew into a jerk. Then he awoke as an A-class swordmaster and decided he was better than everyone else. I just awoke him myself a bit over a year ago, and that made him even worse. He's kinda made it his mission in life to remind me that he's better than me ever since. So basically, he's a bully? I repeat, what a jerk, the taller girl stated, crossing her arms and glaring after Bakugo for a minute. What was that he called you? Deku? The brunette asked, sounding honestly curious. It's an alternative way of reading my name that means wooden puppet, or someone who can't accomplish or achieve anything. Izuku answered with a wince. Bakugo came up with it when we were like 4 or something. He thought it was funny. My actual name is Midoriya Izuku. Then he was just basically born rotten? Lovely, the orangette asked with a disgusted shake of her head. The name's Kendo Itsuka. Uraraka Ochako, the brunette offered cheerfully. It's a shame he used it like that. I come from Mie, and it sounded a lot like Dikairu in the Mie dialect. You know, you can do it? Izuku's mind promptly ground to a sudden, violent halt. That was certainly a revelation for him. He'd never thought of changing the meaning of the insult that Bakugo had used on him since preschool. He couldn't help but start giggling at the idea, causing both girls to stare at him oddly. Please feel free to call me Deku if you want, he offered, smiling brightly before dissolving back into giggles. It's a Copernican revolution. Itsuka raised an eyebrow. You sure you want her to call you by that, even though it's an insult? She asked curiously. Uraraka-san just completely changed its meaning, Izuku explained, still giggling and giddy over such a simple and profound trick. I can't think of anything that would piss Bakugo off more than having his clever insult be turned into a compliment. Itsuka just snorted at that. If you say so. Thanks, Dekakuin, the brunette beamed. WL, we'd better get moving before the exam starts. Izuku just barely managed to get out, almost blinded by how bright the smile was from Ochako. Shoot, you're right. Itsuka nodded. Good luck with the exams, Midoriya, Uraraka. Same to you, Kendo. Ochako nodded back, with Izuku shyly nodding along. As the 3 entered the academy grounds, Itsuka tilted her head slightly as she felt something. It kind of felt like an incomplete, soundless song. If that even made sense? What the heck? She thought in confusion, before she dismissed it. It was time to focus on her exam. Chapter 4, The Swordmaster Exam. 2 hours later. Changing room, UA Swordmaster Academy. Ugh, and here I thought I had a good idea of what was going to come. Izuku groaned to himself as he massaged the bridge of his nose. To be fair to Izuku, it wasn't that he had been unprepared when it came to the breadth of knowledge he needed. Rather, he had been sorely unprepared for the sheer amount of work that would be required. The UA academic exams had been rigorous in the extreme, with extensive questions on English, classical Japanese, mathematics, and all the other core subjects that were taught in middle school. In addition, there had been several questions on the basics of swordmaster law, and even conventional law mixed in as well. Aldera had never had any lessons on either of those last 2 subjects, and it was mostly thanks to his mentor that he had been able to answer those as comprehensively as he had. Toshinori-sensei had been quite good at explaining them, often using real-life examples from his long career to help get the point across. A small part of him absently wondered if those particular questions had managed to trip up Bakugo, but he sincerely doubted that would be the case. His former friend was, if nothing else, quite smart and had likely included those subjects in his self-study and exam preparations. UA was widely considered the best swordmaster academy in Japan. It made sense they'd expect applicants to have at least a basic level of knowledge in the rules and laws surrounding their profession. Shaking off those meandering thoughts for the time being, Izuku took a moment to smooth out the slate-gray hakama and white kosode top that he'd been issued for the practical exams. It was the standard uniform for swordmaster trainees, or so Toshinori-sensei had told him, designed to be light, easy to move in, and the fabric was specially made to be resistant to being cut by blades. He still felt slightly uncomfortable wearing them, even after almost a full year of training under Toshinori-sensei. It wasn't that they did fit or were in any way uncomfortable to wear. In fact, they were surprisingly comfortable. No, instead it was what they represented that still unnerved him at times. That he truly was a trainee swordmaster. It still felt like the past year had been some kind of surreal dream at times, like he was going to wake up in his bed one day and find that he was back to being worthless, normal Izuku. Then he'd look towards Spirit's sword case and feel the link between himself and the Spirit's sword resting within, and he'd once more be reassured that it was real. There was no way he could have imagined the strange feeling of completeness just being near his Spirit sword brought him in even his wildest dreams. With that thought in mind and a small smile on his lips, Izuku picked up the sheathed form of his Spirit sword, its case carefully stored in the locker he'd been temporarily assigned, and slid it into place on his belt before turning to leave. Thankfully, the applicants had been spread out across multiple changing rooms, and the other boys assigned to his had changed quickly and left in a rush, either excited or anxious to get to the practical exam hall. That gave Izuku the chance to change in private. It wasn't that he had scars or anything. Bakugo might have been an asshat, but he hadn't been that bad and his aggressions had never left more than bruises. It was just that Izuku was a bit body shy. "Hey, Dekakuin/Yo Midoriya!" A call suddenly came from behind him as he walked along the corridor. Turning, he quickly caught sight of who it was, and immediately blushed. Uraraka Ochako and Kendo Itsuka were jogging up to him in their own outfits, which were nearly identical to the one he was wearing. The uniform was unisex and should have made even well-endowed girls look less well-endowed, but in the case of these two, the uniform just made them look really, really cute. "Kendo-san, Uraraka-san," he greeted them with only a slight stutter. "How was the written exam?" "Ugh, please don't make me relive that nightmare right now. I felt like my brain was going to leak out of my ears near the end." The Orangette let out a groan as she fell into step on Izuku's left. Seriously, the questions weren't that hard, but there was so much that it turned into an utter slog, just trying to get through it all. "Yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be tough. It is UA after all, but that was just wow," the brunette put in as she walked at Izuku's right. "I'm just glad I studied as hard as I did, or I would have been doomed. What about you, Dekakuin?" "I think I managed to pull through," Izuku answered, absently scratching the back of his head. Kendo-san was right that it was a lot, more than I was anticipating, even for an entrance exam. "Well, as long as we all managed to get through, it's okay, right?" Ochako offered cheerfully. "I'm honestly a bit nervous about the practical, though. It's supposed to be real combat, right?" "Yeah, but it shouldn't be anything too drastic. We'll just have to face a C-class swordmaster in a sparring match and do well enough to impress the proctors." Itsuka responded with a reassuring grin. "At least, that's what it was like for my parents when they took the exams here." Izuku blinked slightly when he noticed the slight flinch in her tone when she mentioned her parents, and the brief flash of pain in the girl's teal eyes that accompanied it. He delicately decided to pretend that he hadn't seen it. It was obviously a personal issue involving her family, and he doubted his new friend would want him sticking his nose in it. To use an odd phrase that Tashinori-sensei had seemed quite fond of, not his circus, not his monkeys. "WL, it's pretty much the same, but they've changed it so that we're instead being paired against a second or a third-year student of the Swordmaster course of the same class, depending on your recorded skill level in middle school or junior high," Izuku explained, before continuing when he got a couple curious glances. "And my mentor told me about it. He said the process changed about 5 years ago or so." "Mentor?" Itsuka blinked curiously. "You mean the person responsible for teaching you Jin Zen when you first awakened?" "I know, it's..." The verdette stumbled over his words. I'm a battle awoken, if you know what that means." Ochako just looked confused, but Itsuka's eyes widened instantly and a gasp of mixed shock, horror, and realization emerged from her throat as she covered her mouth with one hand. "I don't get it," the Mia native offered, looking between the two of them in confusion. "Ochako, are you the first in your family to gain a spirit sword by any chance?" Itsuka asked carefully. "Yep," Ochako agreed. "Well, we think that my great-great-great-grandfather on my mother's side might have been a swordmaster, but with how bad things were back then, we can't really be sure." The other two nodded in understanding. Ochako's ancestor would have likely been a part of one of the very first generations of swordmasters, the ones who had literally no idea about what the hell was going on to them, and had needed to fumble and stumble their way towards any kind of understanding about their spirit swords. Not all had come forward to join the first 10 Swordmaster guilds, and many had either turned criminal or lived quiet lives without raising their swords in anger. Itsuka decided to elucidate her. A battle awoken is someone who awoke their spirit sword during a life-threatening situation. She explained in a quiet voice. It's rare, like really, really rare, nowadays, but it can happen. I'm apparently the first battle awoken to emerge in Japan in over 30 years. Izuku added softly to clarify. Oh. Ochako blinked concern creeping into her features. Were you okay after it happened? Why yeah, I was stupid lucky. I was attacked by a masked spirit, he admitted, getting worried gasps from both girls as they realized just how badly he was underselling it. It tried to eat me, and I panicked. There was no way I could get away, so I tried to fight back, and I just awoke. But even after my spirit sword manifested, I didn't stand much of a chance. The masked spirit was at least a class 2, and I couldn't even hurt it. Luckily, a United Alliance swordmaster was nearby, and he saved me. And thanks to an old law and tradition among swordmasters, he became my sponsor and mentor. He'd been training me on and off for the last 8 months or so. Wow. The brunette offered, clearly still taking it all in. You were seriously lucky, Midoriya, Itsuka stated with a shake of her head. When you first awaken, most swordmasters are little better than your average person. They'd be helpless against even a class 1. The fact that you lasted against a class 2 long enough for help to arrive is nothing short of a miracle. Well, like I said, it was either fight back or die. Izuku shrugged sheepishly. Wasn't much choice. Yeah, I guess there wasn't, the Orangeette acknowledged as they entered their assigned dojo hall, which was massive, the girl shivering for some reason as she crossed the threshold. Thankfully, the main floor was divided up into 8 small sparring areas, so one examinee wouldn't have the entire hall's eyes on them during a match. For his part, Izuku was in awe at the sheer number of swordmasters gathered in one place. He had never seen so many spirit swords at once. Katana, wakizashi, kodachi, and even nodachi were all being worn. There were even a couple of the highly rare tachi swords that only someone of Ainu descent could possess. And was that a rapier? A foreign exchange student, maybe? Wow, there's a lot of people here. Ochako muttered, looking around nervously. She wasn't used to crowds like this, what with coming from a fairly isolated part of Mie. It'll be fine. Itsuka reassured her. She'd gone to a couple of martial arts tournaments before, so she was dealing with it far more easily than her friends. Just watch your step and you'll be fine. Izuku was busy looking at all the people around him. Some had more extreme bodily differences than his own green hair and eyes. Differences like his indicated that at least one person in his lineage had been a swordmaster. The more different to the norm the person was, the more people that they had in their family tree who had once had awakened Riryoku. By this point, almost no one was 100% normal in all respects in any country of the world. Some of the more interesting people here were a boy with yellow slitted eyes like a bird of prey. Another boy had hair that was so dark that it seemed to absorb the surrounding light. A girl near him had blue hair that seemed to flow and move on its own like a liquid. Another boy wearing a face mask tall enough to tower over most of his peers, and a bubbly-looking girl whose skin and hair were pink. Her skin was a slightly deeper shade, but her hair was a bright, bubblegum pink. She also had interesting eyes. The sclera were black, while the irises were a startling shade of gold that almost seemed to move as she blinked her eyes. He was just relieved that Bakugo wasn't here. "All right, kids, eyes on me," a loud voice resounded through the room. The source was a man dressed in the uniform of the United Alliance Swordmaster Guild. Then again, every Swordmaster Guild's uniform was exactly the same. Men wore a smart pair of trousers, a white shirt, and a uniform jacket, while women wore the jacket, but could wear skirts and tights rather than trousers if they chose to. The only differences in the uniforms of the various guilds were the colors and the badges. The United Alliance Guild, and UA High students for that matter, had slate gray, the jacket, and dark green. The trousers/skirts and tights, uniforms, with the badge simply being the white block letters UA, set on a black background. No other Swordmaster Guild in the country, or the world even, had such a simple, unassuming badge. Most strove to show some manner of deep meaning or iconography in their guild symbol. Some said that it was a display of arrogance, but Toshinori-sensei had told him the truth, that it was a simple and plain statement of who and what they were, a united alliance first and foremost, with no flourishes, alterations, or pretentiousness getting in the way of that. The man currently standing front and center was one that Izuku quickly recognized, Yamada Hisashi, codenamed President Mike, due to his charismatic, if eccentric, personality and bombastic manner. His blonde hair was slicked up into a style resembling a cockatoo's crest, and he wore his ever-present orange-tinted shades that obscured his eyes from sight. He was the man in charge of the United Alliance's radio show, Radio UA, which donated all its profits to charity and helped warn people of masked spirit sightings in the area as they came. As some of you may or may not have already realized, I am President Mike, the man announced, and I'll be acting as this hall's MC for the duration of the practical exams. Can I hear y'all say yeah? Absolute silence greeted him from the students. Geez, tough crowd, Mike muttered, before getting back into it. You're a cool lot, I can dig it. Listen up, I'm gonna give y'all the down low on how this portion of the exams will go down. As soon as he finished speaking there, more people entered the room wearing the same uniform as the rest of the students. The only difference was the armbands around their right arms that declared, in block capitals in English, Examiner. Everyone say hello to your future opponents. President Mike smirked. How will they be decided? Look to the sides of the hall, where you'll see my colleagues, each holding a box. Once I give you all the word, line up at one of them and grab a paper ticket from inside of it. That will hold 2 different numbers. The topmost one will indicate your sparring area, while the other will indicate the order you'll be fighting in. For example, a slip with 6 and 18 on it means you should boogie on over to sparring area 6, and you'll be the 18th person to spar with an opponent out of your group. All opponents for each match have been pre-designated as well. Grinning, the radio personality looked around at the hall full of students. Some rules for you all to pay attention to. First off, no swap-in tickets. That'll cost you half of your points from the exam, no matter how well you do in either portion. Second, each sparring area will have its own invigilator, who will act as both the referee and judge for the matches. The matches start and end when they say so. Ignoring an invigilator's ruling is an instant disqualification, listeners. Keep this in mind. Third, no using SeerKing if you have it. This is just a spar. Using SeerKing is an automatic disqualification for the user too. Now, go grab yourselves a ticket. Immediately, the examinees split up and streamed towards one of the 8 other swordmasters standing around the walls of the hall. Do you think each one represents a different sparring area? Ochako wondered. Nah, they've likely mixed things up so everything's totally random. Itsuka shook her head. No way the examiners would make it that predictable. We'd better go and grab our tickets. Izuku offered, swallowing a bit as anxiety began to work at his gut. He knew that the matches wouldn't be predetermined, but to find out that they were basically picking their own opponents based almost entirely off of blind luck made the situation all the more nerve-wracking. Luck had never been Izuku's strong suit. There were 8 swordmasters lined up against either side of the dojo, 4 against each wall. Namuri Kiyama, codename Midnight, Kuro's Ainin, codename 13, Ishiyama Kin, codename Cementas, Inui Ryo, codename Hound Dog, Majima Higuri, codename Powerloader, Kinsekijiro, codename Vlad King, Aizawa Shota, codename Eraserhead, and a short old man that Izuku took a moment to remember was Torino Sorihiko, codename Grand Torino, a previously semi-retired swordmaster of the United Alliance who had come out of retirement recently due to a teacher shortage at Udata High. Ochako, a longtime fan of 13, made a beeline towards her, while Kendo headed towards Midnight. Izuku wavered for a moment before he found himself joining the queue for Gran Torino. His sensei had spoken of him, in the voice of a man deeply haunted by something, almost like he was afraid of him or something. Surely not, though. Form up, you bunch of zygotes. The old man barked as the initial group of candidates moved toward him, causing them all to momentarily freeze. One at a time, Try to snatch things, and you'll be out on your asses. I'm wearing a new set of boots, and nothing would please me more than breaking them in on your overeager rears. Understand me, brats? Then again, when Izuku reached him, he greeted the old swordmaster with a polite bob of his head as he grabbed what looked to be the last ticket, a piece of paper folded in half. Was it his imagination? Or did the old man give him a knowing smirk as he turned away? I'm in Group 4. Itsuka announced to her friends when they regrouped in the middle of the room. Oh, same here, Ochako said, waving her paper. And me too, Izuku said, hardly able to believe his luck. I'm number 32. 16. Kendo chimed in. 20. Ochako said, somewhat nervously. It's just a spar, Ochako. Kendo offered the other girl reassuringly as they headed towards their designated sparring area. A quick headcount of the examinees gathered at that particular ring, including himself and his two acquaintances, numbered exactly 32, which meant that, given all the rings seemed to have roughly the same number of applicants, that there were somewhere between 250 and 275 applicants in this one hall. Given that this was only one of 5 different dojos being used for the practical exams this year, and assuming they were all the same size, that meant that there was close to 1,300 teenagers were applying today, and all of them had to be at least B-rank swordmasters just to qualify for applying to UA High's swordmaster course. That was awe-inspiring. A cough drew him out of his ruminations and brought his attention, and that of all the other applicants, to the center of the ring, where their proctor was standing. The man honestly looked like he hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in months, judging by his bloodshot eyes, the deep bags under set eyes, and his messy bedhead of black hair. His uniform was surprisingly clean compared to his bedraggled appearance, albeit looking like the man had simply thrown it while still half asleep. All right, all of you shut up and settle down, the man stated coldly a moment later. The name is Aizawa Shota, and for my sins, I've been assigned as your invigilator for today. Sit your asses down, Seiza or cross-legged, I don't care which, and wait for me to call your number. You and your pre-assigned opponent will enter the ring and draw your swords. The match will then begin on my mark. Matches end on disarming, forfeit, at the 3-minute mark or whenever I call it. We're using live weapons? One student exclaimed nervously. Aizawa rolled his eyes in annoyance, but answered nonetheless. The entire dojo has been inscribed with a spiritual formation that mitigates and downgrades all forms of lethal damage, including blunting bladed weapons. The worst anyone can suffer in this dojo are some bruises, or maybe a bloodied nose, he drawled out. But if that's still too dangerous for you brats, feel free to bow out now. It'll save me and the others a lot of work not having to deal with you. So, anyone feel like backing out? There were no takers.
Spiritual formation?
Oh, that makes sense. Izuku breathed excitedly, eyes darting across the training hall. Spiritual formations were the latest and greatest innovation of the Japanese Institute of Spiritual Theory, the organization assigned with researching and finding new applications of Ryu-Ryoku for both swordmasters combating masked spirits and for more mundane uses. Having only entered mainstream usage only 4 years ago, spiritual formations allowed someone to basically enforce instructions or rules onto an area via inscriptions carved or written onto wood or stone posts infused with an immense amount of Ryu-Ryoku using a special method that Izuku had no clue about. The infused posts would then be set into the 4 cardinal directions around the area affected and then activated. It was an incredibly useful technique, but also supposedly very Ryu-Ryoku intensive. Each pillar had to be recharged regularly in order to keep the formations active. Depending on the materials used to inscribe the formation on, they could hold a charge for only a few hours, for normal, common wood, to several weeks, for specially formulated pillars using materials similar to those that made up UA's gates. And the actual cost of the recharging each pillar varied depending on the area it covered and the complexity and difficulty of the rules it enforced, but keeping even one fully charged could be a draining experience for a C-rank swordsman. All Might himself regularly donated quite a bit of his Ryu-Ryoku in order to keep the various spiritual formations that were in place throughout UA High functioning. It was one of the reasons he regularly worked out of his guild's headquarters rather than his personal office in Tokyo. Now that he knew what to look for, he could feel the slight weight of Yagi Toshinori's powerful, overwhelming Ryuryoku flowing through the background of the entire dojo. Since none of you have decided to take the easy way out, I suppose we should get this farce started. Aizawa's voice once more drew Izuku's attention back to the ring. Number 1. Step up. A boy with bright red hair styled into a large pompadour that almost looked like a rocket got up from the mass of seated students and gingerly made his way toward the center of the sparring ring. Your opponent is Togata Mirio, Aizawa stated, looking utterly done at this point. No sooner than he had uttered the name than a tall, blonde-haired boy with bright blue eyes had leapt down from the ceiling of all places and yelled, "Power!" into the air as he quickly rose back to his feet. Every student, examinee, and teacher in the hall just looked at this Togata person in a mix of shock, disbelief, and, from the teachers and student examiners, exasperation and resignation. Togata. Aizawa deadpanned in a voice of the long-suffering, "I know we've been over this before, but I shall reiterate. No making dramatic entrances, real life isn't some manga or Super Sentai show." "Ah, come on, Aizawa-sensei." The boy smiled unrepentantly as he tossed the increasingly dead-looking teacher a thumbs up. "It reassures people." Aizawa just breathed out and seemed to resign himself. "You know what? They don't pay me enough for this. Just stop freaking out your opponent so we can get this nightmare over with." The instigator casually waved to the redhead, who did indeed look incredibly unnerved by the athletic feat that his opponent had just performed. "As for you, get your head in the game or get gone, kid." The redhead stiffened and gulped, but fell into a shaky starting stance.
"Hi, sensei."
Togata agreed with a pout, drawing his spirit sword with the grace and ease of an experienced swordsman. Every student in their group who'd taken their sword training even moderately seriously suddenly felt the air around him shift, danger emanating from the formerly jolly figure in waves. His opponent was lost once more, practically scurrying back in a rush to get away from the blonde. "Oh, right. Nearly forgot." Aizawa sighed out, bringing one hand to his own wrist and briefly flaring his own Ryuryoku. Instantly the sense of danger, while still present, plummeted. "I just activated the spiritual restriction formation embedded into the armbands of all the student examiners in the group. They will now match their opponent exactly in terms of Ryuryoku and Ryatsu. This is to even the playing field a bit so no one can complain that their loss was due to their examiners' greater spiritual reserves or some other such drivel. Indeed, the examiner armbands that all of the senior students were wearing were now covered in dozens of lines of glowing blue Sanskrit characters. Another example of spiritual formations being put to active use, but not one that most people would have expected. Then again, Guild Master/Principal Nizu was one of the few people in the country to have already been acknowledged as a master of the newest spiritual discipline. While the awakened animal might not have been a part of the team that had developed the spiritual formation art, he was one of its greatest pioneers and strongest backers. He was already credited with inventing dozens of preset formations that were quickly becoming common use among swordmaster guilds and schools. "I fucking hate this." Aizawa groaned in the safety of his own mind. This entire exam is nothing more than an irrational waste of time. And to make it worse, I'm stuck dealing with All Might version 2.0. Seriously, fuck my life. Aizawa Shoto would far prefer working on night patrols for masked spirits. Damned monsters were even more aggressive at night for some reason, rather than dealing with this inane bullshit. But, of course, Nizu, in his infinite and generous wisdom, note the sarcasm there, had decided that he needed to act as one of the invigilators today. Most of the student examiners fighting today were nothing more than creations of Ectoplasm's spirit sword, Bunshin, alter ego, an insanely useful spirit sword. It allowed the maths teacher to not only create a multitude of doppelgangers, but also allowed those same doppelgangers to perfectly imitate anyone the user had interacted with, down to perfectly mimicking their Ryuryoku and Ryatsu signatures. The man was a blessing when it came to any mission that required infiltration or decoys, one of the reasons he was mostly kept at UA High unless his special skills were needed for a specific mission. The man's unique skills were simply too valuable to risk on masked spirit hunts and patrols. Unfortunately, as a means to motivate both students and applicants, the top 20 members of the newly advanced second and third-year students were given the opportunity to spar with the new applicants, which included the newly christened Big Three of Togata Mirio, Hato Nijire and Amajiki Tamaki, or as Aizawa called them, the three problem children. Thankfully, the bubble-headed word vomit machine that was Nijire was currently chatting Vlad's ear off, while the guy who could barely stand to be in the same room as another human being was hiding behind 13 as she tried to gently nudge Tamaki toward the ring. So that left him to deal with the overly energetic and far too annoyingly similar to the number 1 swordmaster, Tagata. Seriously, Aizawa had seen the kid's father, and the family resemblance was powerful, and he still sometimes wondered if the rumors about him being All Might's secret love child had any truth to them. Coffee, coffee. My kingdom for a decent mug of coffee. The broody swordmaster thought longingly. Unfortunately, none of his beloved caffeine fix was available to make this hell a little bit more bearable. Stupid Nizu. Have to look professional for the applicants, my scrawny left buttock. What are you waiting for? Draw your sword and get back in position. He snapped at the quivering examinee impatiently. The still twitchy redhead quickly moved to obey, hurriedly retaking his position and drawing his own spirit sword. It wasn't anywhere near as smooth or practiced as Mirio's own draw, not by any stretch of the imagination, but it was still a passable draw for someone at an examinee's level. Just passable, though. Nothing more. That was a mark against him already. UA trained the best of the best. You had to be more than passable to earn your way in. Begin. Aizawa declared mere seconds after the boy's blade had cleared its scabbard. It was a test to see if the kid's ability to react on the fly was worth anything. Or, it would have been if Tagata hadn't deliberately waited until the other boy had recovered from his clear shock at the sudden announcement and let him fall into his stance before actually striking. Then again, it didn't make much of a difference. Tagata swiftly and decisively disarmed the boy in less than 5 moves in 20 seconds. Even with his Ryuryoku reduced to match his opponent's own, Tagata Mirio's training and skill at controlling what Ryuryoku he could access was unmatched among UA's current students, and he'd used it to quickly and precisely augment his physical abilities and utterly overwhelm the other boy. Match over. The winner is Tagata Mirio. The grumpy man droned out, as the other boy dejectedly picked his spirit sword up and sheathed it. A crackle came over the ear bead that Aizawa wore in. Aizawa-kun, don't do that again, or you will not enjoy the consequences. Niza's voice said cheerfully. This is supposed to be a fair and even test, not your shirkai exercise on the first day of term. Behave yourself, or else. With that, the bead clicked off. Mentally reciting a long-since memorized mantra of foul curses he regularly directed towards the foul rodent known as Nizu, Aizawa resigned himself to watching suboptimal swordsmanship and poor postures for the foreseeable future. With Izuku, seeing how easily the blonde boy, Togata, had disarmed the red-headed boy had been something of a shock, but ultimately not surprising. Although muted now, the sense of danger flowing off of the slightly older swordmaster since he'd drawn his blade was still very much present in Izuku's mind. The applicant might have been able to put on a better showing if he hadn't been so overwhelmed by the blonde's dramatic entrance and overpowering Ryatsu, or if their invigilator had allowed a few seconds to regain his mental equilibrium before he started the spar. Thankfully, Aizawa didn't repeat his sudden start for any of the following matches, though with how most of the gathered applicants were immediately taking stances after drawing their blades in case he tried it again, the trick likely wouldn't have had a pronounced effect either way. Maybe he was waiting until they lowered their guard to try it again? When it came time for Kendo to step into the ring, Izuku finally got a chance to get a proper look at her spirit sword. It was a standard katana in shape, with a burnt orange tsukamaki, hilt wrap, and a tsuba, guard, that oddly enough resembled a picture of the Earth as seen from space, with Japan on the right of the hilt and the rest of the Asian continent on the left, compared to his own, which looked more like a bunch of thin twigs spreading out all over the tsuba. Izuku thought Kendo's looked very refined indeed. Faced against a tall pink-haired girl, the Orangette was actually the first applicant to take the offensive rather than staying on the defensive, and actually pushed the older swordmaster trainee to match her rather than the other way around. So much so that the prescribed 3 minutes of the match ran out before the girl could muster a proper counterattack. Wow, you've trained a lot, and not just in Kenjutsu. The pink-haired girl, Heia Yuyu, Aizawa had introduced her when the spar started, said with a smile as she sheathed her blade. I'll be looking forward to seeing you here next year, freshman. That left Itsuka pleased as punch. The girl, Heya, obviously thought she had a good chance of getting into UA, and that was cause to celebrate as she headed back to sit next to her friends. You were awesome. Ochako quietly enthused. Next to her, Izuku nodded as well. Why yeah, was Heya-senpai right that you have a lot of martial arts experience? He asked curiously. Yep. My family owns an MMA dojo, she answered happily, before clarifying when she saw the confused looks on her new friends' faces. That's mixed martial arts. My family has practiced a mixture of Shotokan karate, jujitsu, and aikido since before the era of swordmasters. That explained the way she moved so gracefully. She had literally been performing martial arts since before she had awoken her own spirit sword. Transitioning to using a sword would have only taken a minor adjustment, especially considering karate had several arm styles that made use of a sword. You're totally right, Kendo said, an impressed look on her face. Not many people pay attention to unarmed styles these days. Oh, I said all that aloud then? Izuku blushed. Darn. Stupid bad habit. It was only a few minutes later when Ochako got called up and, as before with Kendo, he took a closer look at her spirit sword. It had a muted pink and black tsukamaki, with an oval-shaped tsuba decorated by what looked like sake cups, given her name. It looked as if her sword spirit was greatly fond of her. Ochako's opponent, a hulking older teen that stood over 6 feet tall but had a kind smile, was a lot faster than he first appeared. However, the girl from Mia proved to more than capable of keeping up, her calm and focused defense moving to block or intercept any strike the older boy. Izuku hadn't caught his name when Aizawa announced it, tried to launch. Her fighting style, from the brief glimpse Izuku had gotten of it, seemed to be almost entirely reactionary, focusing her efforts on dodging and deflecting incoming attacks, only attacking when she managed to create an opening in her opponent's guard. Izuku had to wonder how well she'd do if she took the offensive. Phew, that was nerve-wracking, the brunette said as she returned to her seat with her friends. I'm not used to sparring in front of people outside of the local kendo club back home. You did very well, Kendo said encouragingly. Your style seems to pretty focused on defending though. I don't think you went on the offensive more than once or twice during the spar. I'm pretty awkward when I go purely on the offensive. Ochako demurred with a slightly embarrassed shrug. I prefer to react and then counterstrike when my opponent is vulnerable. At least with human opponents. Never tried to fight a masked spirit, so I don't know how I'll react to fighting them. Izuku grimaced. Trust me, those things are really scary. The one that attacked me was just plain terrifying. It was pretty much immune to regular physical impacts because it could turn its entire body into slime. And any slime that was knocked off the body would just flow back and rejoin the main body, like a crude version of regeneration. Shit, and you'd just awoken? So you wouldn't have had access to SeerKing, the Orangette cursed in a quiet voice. She didn't want to think about what the masked spirit would have done to the boy sitting next to her if that swordmaster hadn't stepped in. The rest of the matches went by fairly quickly, with a few interesting people in their group. A stoic-faced girl, with long hair in a much darker shade of green than Izuku's own, was the first in the group to have a spirit sword that wasn't a katana. Hers was in fact a wakizashi, a short sword that was the second sword given out with a daisho to a samurai noble coming of age. Her fight was interesting, as she was against someone wielding a nodachi, a field sword. The longest, practical, katana one could find. It was also known as an odachi, and was 3 shaku/35.8 inches long, compared to the length of the girl's wakizashi, which looked to be about 16 inches long by comparison. She had to get inside of the reach of her opponent, and keep him from making use of his weapon's longer reach to keep her at bay. Honestly, it was a poor matchup, and the fact she lasted the whole 3 minutes was impressive in and of itself. Eventually, however, he heard the dreaded call of number 32 from Aizawa. Gulping, he came to his feet and headed for the center of the sparring area, drawing his spirit sword as he stepped into the ring. Your opponent is Zuian Siren, Aizawa stated, an almost imperceivable air of tension as he said the name. The girl who advanced to the center of the room instantly put Izuku on guard. She looked fairly innocuous. Delicate, high-boned cheeks, wide eyes with long lashes, pale skin and immaculately arranged turquoise hair. But it was her red eyes that set him on edge. They evaluated him, but not as an opponent in a spar. No, those were the eyes of someone looking at a toy and wondering how much fun they can pull from it before it breaks. He'd seen looks like that from several of Bakugo's cronies over the years, and the same look from a girl who was at least 1 year his senior and far more experienced in swordplay did not fill him with joy at the prospect of facing her, but asking for a different opponent wasn't allowed. Just a year ago, he'd have given up immediately at seeing that look in her eyes, running away rather than confronting the problem head-on. Instead, he let out a breath and let the anxiety drain away as he set his in a determined mien and inclined his head respectively to his senior. He was different now. He would not let himself be used as a chew toy. He would face her with all that he had and would stand strong no matter what came after. Izuku wasn't a worthless Deku anymore. With Zui and Siren, when the green-haired boy had stood up, Siren had already been looking forward to beating him down. Even with the tight-arsed bastard known as Aizawa acting as the invigilator, and the restricting 3 minutes of time for the spar, beating this rookie into the ground should have been an enjoyable distraction. Something happened as she stood up and walked towards him, though. His eyes flashed in recognition, if not of her specifically, then of what she was planning on doing. Then his face had gone all hard and determined, with just a hint of resignation and fatalism at the edges of his expression. "Oh, come on. You're going to take all the fun out of this," she thought with a mental pout. She really couldn't stand the gutsy ones that got all stubborn after they saw her true colors. She wasn't a bully, not in the least. Zuri and Siren instead considered herself an educator. She was a rookie crusher, someone who found no greater joy than in crushing aspiring swordmasters beneath her heel. It was for their own good after all. The quicker they realized that they weren't anything special, the quicker they could start getting better. And if they ended up throwing in the towel afterwards, well, that was just their own weakness. Not her fault that their egos were so fragile. The fact she enjoyed doing it was entirely beside the point. This kid, though, she quickly recognized the type. Little guy had clawed his way up, kicking and biting against people, constantly trying to push him back down. He already knew just how mean the world could be. And given the way he'd shifted gears so fast when he recognized her type, he was probably still in the stage where he expected someone to show up just to try and boot him back down again. Ugh, she hated that type. Give her the prodigies and small-town heroes any day. They made such delightful faces when they realized that they were just little fish that had just wandered into a great big ocean. It was a feast for her senses. This was going to be like chewing on old boot leather. No fun at all. Sadly, doing anything less than her best would result in Aizawa having an excuse to punish her. The man honestly did not get her in the least, so she would just have to make do with what was put on her plate. Drawing her spirit sword, a standard katana with a lavender and white tsukamaki, and a plain square tsuba, she smoothly flowed into a ready stance. Fighting head-to-head like this wasn't her preference, but she could do so if needed. As number 32 copied her, she was surprised by how fluid his own stance was. Little man had obviously put some serious efforts into his training. Maybe she'd at least get a decent warm-up from this, even if she didn't get a good meal. Ready? The perpetually tired man looked between the two kids. Start. Siren immediately executed a standard kesagiri, a monk's robe cut. It was a downward diagonal cut that was a basic attack from kendo and kenjutsu, and she often used it to gauge her opponent's reaction times. Most of the time people would either block it or try to blade lock, both of which she knew how to deal with. This kid? He moved to the side to avoid it and immediately moved to counter. In a kendo spar, like most of these kids had been in before, you could only dodge by retreating. The thing most of the kids didn't get was that this wasn't a regular kendo spar. This was more akin to randori than regular sparring. Thus, there was no penalization for making use of the entire sparring arena. None of the kids who had fought today had grasped that this wasn't a regular kendo spar. This one had. Time to turn up the heat then. Siren thought with a smirk as she easily parried the strike, her blood starting to speed up just a tad. She struck back with a kyriage, an upward cut, which was essentially a reversed kesagiri. She kept putting the pressure on the kid, never letting up in this kid. He pushed right back. Dodge and counter, divert and push back. More than that, he was getting better as they fought. He was starting to fucking read her moves after the second minute passed, and she was forced to up her own speed and power to counter his offensive. She tried to overwhelm him, and he just kept pushing back. It was infuriating. "This is over," she mentally snarled as her frustration grew, funneling more of her limited Ryoryoku to bolster her speed for one last push. No rookie was going to show her up. "Time's up, cease," Aizawa commanded sharply, as Siren's blade halted an inch short of number 32's neck, and the tip of his blade halted an inch short of piercing her chest, where her heart lay. Holy shit. That was intense. That was a mutual kill. The two stepped back and sheathed their spirit swords in unison, red eyes locked onto green and vice versa. "Not bad, rookie," Zui and Siren said softly. "Not bad at all. I look forward to seeing you at UA in the future. Next time we spar, I hope we don't have such limiting conditions to get in the way of our fun." Words said, the girl turned and strutted away, inwardly fuming in spite of her stoic face. A mutual kill? Like hell it was, she snarled to herself. He would have impaled me through the heart before I could have completed my swing. I fucking lost.
No fucking rock ye beats me.
When we fight at the end of the first term, I'ma crush him with everything I have. Meanwhile, Izuku, sitting between Ochako and Itsuka congratulating him on his spar, got a shiver running down his spine. Chapter 5. United Alliance Dormitories. The day after the exams. Conference room, UA High. Well, overall, I think that this year's entrance exams went splendidly. Nizu offered cheerfully from his place at the head of the table. Zurian didn't act out so that's something, although that likely has more to do with the fact that her opponent wasn't her type than anything else. Aizawa acknowledged with an exasperated groan. Unfortunately, Togata was his normal, painfully upbeat self. "Oh, come off it, Shota. That boy is refreshing," Namiri Kiyama argued with a laugh. With how stiff most swordmasters tend to turn out, dealing with someone so personable is a breath of fresh air. "He is exhausting." The terminally tired teacher glared at his old classmate. "The only reason you actually enjoy him is because you've only ever had to deal with him in small dosages. Try being his homeroom teacher for a year, and then say that." Namiri, gotta agree with Aizawa on this one. Sekijiro can offered gruffly, letting out a sigh of his own. Hato Nijire wasn't exactly an easy student to have either. Girl's friendly enough, but she is worse than a toddler on a sugar rush sometimes. Not to mention trying to have a conversation with her is liable to give you bloody whiplash with how often she bounces between subjects. Amajiki Kuin was at least easy enough to get along with, but that boy truly does need to work on his stage fright. Kuro's Ainen offered. I think I heard him muttering something about imagining everyone as a potato or something when I finally managed to get him to fight. That's less stage fright and more the fact that he has crippling levels of social anxiety. Namiri offered with a laugh. I honestly thought the boy would start getting better once he and Togata finally started dating last year. I believe that those are two entirely separate matters, Namiri Kuin. Nizu commented with a faint grin. But back to matters at hand. We are here to review the performances, records, and backgrounds of our applicants in order to determine which ones will be accepted into the Swordmaster course. Those that pass the bare minimum thresholds, anyway, Aizawa muttered with a sigh. Of the 1,375 applicants that had applied for the Swordmaster course, just over 86% of them had, thankfully, failed to meet the minimum requirements to qualify as a candidate for the Swordmaster course either through a poor score in the written exams or not earning enough points during their practical match. That still left precisely 193 qualified candidates that they would now have to review. Good, let's get this over and done with already.
Torino Soraiko grunted impatiently.
That idiot zygote of mine has already started spamming me with questions, and I'm getting damn sick of it. About his young apprentice. Well, tradition is that we handle the battle-awoken applicants first anyway, so starting with him shouldn't be a problem, Nizu stated, smirking slightly as the rest of the teachers sat up a bit straighter at that little reveal. A battle-awoken? Aizawa asked, eyes narrowed. There hasn't been one of those in Japan in who knows how long. The last one was 33 years ago. Yamada Hizashi corrected his friend almost automatically. In Japan at least, Worldwide, they still average a small handful each year, though most tend to show up in more underdeveloped countries. Alas, I'm afraid that your information is slightly outdated, Yamada-kun, Nizu stated before pressing a button on his chair. The screen behind him lit up, showing the on-file picture of Midoriya Izuku. Allow me to introduce Midoriya Izuku-kun, Japan's newest battle awoken as of just shy of a year ago. The kid that was paired up against Zuian? Aizawa blinked in surprise, easily recognizing the applicant that had went up against the biggest troublemaker of the new third years. Did you keep his status hidden just to get a rise out of us? Sadly, no. This was for reasons other than my own fun. It is traditional to keep the identities of any battle awoken student a secret until after they have completed the entrance exams to prevent any bias, either for or against, considering how many ridiculous rumors and myths tend to surround the origins and potential of battle awoken. The principal offered cheerfully. Myself, Torino Sorahiko, Shizenji Chio, and Midoriya-kun's own mentor were the only UA staff members aware of his unique status before now. What kind of rumors? I'm afraid that I've never heard much about battle awoken. The only reason I'm even aware of the term itself is because of Yagi and Sorahiko. Ainen asked in honest curiosity. The same drivel and dreck that surrounds anything that doesn't perfectly fit the mold these days. Rumors about our kind having weird powers or extra abilities. Weirdest one I ever had was that we could turn into masked spirits if we ever get angry enough. Sorahiko stated with a snort. Doesn't help that most battle awoken tend to be more powerful than average. Nearly everyone that I've ever heard of has had at least high B-class Ryuryoku. We also tend to have unusually potent Shurikai and Bankai. Especially Bankai. Makes some sorts damnably jealous, and they always make up all sorts of rumors and shit to try and make themselves feel better. How illogical. Aizawa grumbled irritably. It's human nature. Sekijiro offered with a shrug. Still, tradition or not, I would have thought you'd know all of us better than to think we'd believe that kind of baseless gossip. While I do have faith in my staff, Sekijiro-kun, one must still keep to traditions, so long as they harm no one, that is. Nizu offered indulgently. Speaking of, we should start the evaluation. To start with his exam scores, he scored a very impressive 98% on his written exam, only missing a few of the more obscure legal questions and a few of the advanced questions in the mathematics sections. Overall, most impressive. I remember marking that one. Ectoplasm offered. The amnesiac had never bothered taking a name outside of his Swordmaster codename for personal reasons. His answers to the legal and ethics questions were quite thorough and comprehensive. He could likely teach some of our third years a thing or two in those fields. Shota, you were the one in charge of his group. How was his practical? Hizashi prompted his old friend. Nizu, the recording. The sleep-deprived man let out a tired sigh. Gods, why did he have to be involved in this waste of time? The room was silent as they watched the recording of the match between Zuian Seirin and Midoriya Izuku. When the recording came to an end, with the older student stalking off while trying to conceal the murderous expression on her face, they began to speak again. Well, that certainly explains her wrecking 3 training dummies after the exams ended. Majima Higuri huffed in amusement. She technically lost that bout, even if most of the initiates being tested were too inexperienced to notice. It's honestly pretty impressive that the kid managed to adjust and adapt to her Kenjutsu style so easily. Sekijiro opined with a slight nod. That kind of adaptability and on-your-feet thinking is pretty rare in a fresh candidate. Most tend to be pretty set in their own styles. Zuian has always been far too reliant on her Shurikai to deal with opponents she can't immediately overwhelm with speed and power.
Aizawa replied non-committally.
She's only about average when it comes to actual Kenjutsu skill. Average for one of our third years. Namiri scoffed at her old schoolmate. And any of the average third years that have been under your care can stand on equal to the top students in any other school in Japan in terms of Kenjutsu. That's because every other school, including our so-called rivals at Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu, have always focused too much on getting their students to unlock and master their Shurikai abilities. The tired man replied dismissively. They ignore the basics and focus all their attention on teaching their students how to best perform flashy tricks. Be that as it may, I don't think that anyone in this room can argue that young Midoriya did not do exceptionally well during his bout. Nizu cut off the argument, sending a warning look. The man was abrasive even at his best, but it was equally obvious the man was being particularly grouchy today, likely due to still insisting on taking night patrols even while working as a teacher at UA High. Honestly, Nizu respected the man's dedication, but Aizawa really did need to learn how to properly balance all of his duties as a teacher with those of an active swordmaster. Combined with his written scores, then I doubt we even need to review his sponsor's credentials. I can personally see no reason to not accept him into the swordmaster course. Does anyone have anything to say against? Looking around the table, none of the other teachers spoke up. Even Aizawa was mulishly silent. Very good. Then Midoriya Izuku is officially accepted into the Swordmaster course. Since there are no more Battle Awoken, we can start going through the normal candidates. We might as well start with Aizawa-kun's group since we're already there. Nizu stated with a nod before clicking a button that had Izuku added to the approved candidates, before bringing up a new image of a girl with dark green hair and unusually large dark eyes set above a wider-than-average mouth. This is Azuitiu-kun. She managed an 85% on the written exam, 10% above the set cutoff of 75%, and there were no red flags on her school files. I still think we need to raise the grade cutoff on the written exams. Aizawa grumbled under his breath. The other staff members ignored the terminally tired man's unhappy grumblings. In the practical exam, she performed admirably against a bunshin armed with a nodachi, particularly considering her spirit sword's sealed state is a wakizashi. Ectoplasm commented as Nizu brought up and displayed that particular bout on the big screen. Her fighting style seems practical, smart, and focuses on economical movements. All in all, I say she is an excellent candidate for the Swordmaster course. There was a brief discussion, but no one had any serious disagreements, and the girl was added to the approved file along with Izuku. Several more students were discussed, seemingly chosen at random from Aizawa's group. Most sadly failed to make the cut and were added to the declined file, though one was put into the possible file if they failed to find at least 38 more fully approved candidates. Then they came to a pretty brunette with a permanent blush on her cheeks. Next we have Uraraka Ochako-kun. She scored a respectable 82% on the written exam and has no red flags on her files. There is a note that she has had to deal with some minor bullying problems due to her family's monetary issues. Nizu offered. In this day and age, how ridiculous. Ainin shook her head in disapproval, having liked the girl when she briefly met her during the exams. Oh, I also have her noted as a rather large fan of yours, Kurosuke. She mentioned you several times as one of her inspirations in her application letter. The white-furred mammal offered with a grin. Should she be approved, would you mind handling her acceptance letter? Of course, the woman demurred with a sigh. She had honestly never enjoyed being the center of attention. During her practical, she was paired up with Odo Koyama, one of the top swordmasters of our new second years. Aizawa offered clinically as her match was brought up on the screen. She managed to force him to a standstill using a very technical variant of normal kenjutsu. Her fighting style seems to be highly defensively oriented and reactive. I managed to overhear a bit of conversation between her, Midoriya, and another examinee, and she clearly stated that she prefers to defend and then counterstrike against human opponents since she is awkward on the offense. Something that will need to be worked on if she is accepted. Namiri offered with a slight frown. Not every swordmaster is going to want to fight against rogues, Namiri. Ainin defended her fan. I know I've never enjoyed fighting against other humans either. A fair point, my dear, but we don't always get a choice on who we fight. The other woman responded plainly. At the very least, we will need to get her confident enough that she can take the offensive if she needs to. Ainin paused before nodding. Agreed. She knew from experience that Namiri had a fair point. Still, the girl has shown an impressive amount of skill and can only improve if given the opportunity. Nizu adroitly brought the matter to an end. She simply needs to be polished a bit to truly shine. I, for one, vote for her acceptance into the Swordmaster course. While not as unanimous as Izuku's admission, in the end Uraraka Ochako's profile was added to the approved file. More students were brought up and were declined, before they came to a pretty young woman with bright orange hair and teal eyes.
Ken Itsuka-kun.
She is our first legacy swordmaster in this year's batch of examinees. The principal announced, using the term for an applicant that had at least one swordmaster blood parent. She earned an extremely impressive 95% on the written exam, and her student file is nothing short of exemplary. She is noted to be an outspoken advocate for her fellow students and has stepped in on several occasions to either deal with or personally report attempts at bullying. Not that bullying has ever been a major concern here, Sekijiro said as he crossed his arms. We always keep a close eye for anything untoward in the student files, and you always personally investigate anything that is remotely suspicious, sir. I thank you for the vote of confidence, Sekijiro-kun, but it is always best to remain watchful for such things. Nizu offered with a humble grin. UA is one of the most prestigious swordmaster academies in Japan, so there are always those that want to use us to build up their own reputations, even if that means suppressing accusations of misbehavior just to ensure their star student has a better chance at getting accepted. Moronic. Aizawa grunted, showing his own opinion of that kind of asinine politicking. For the practical exam, Kendo was paired up against Heiayuyu of our new third years. She was by far the most impressive offensively of my applicants, showing enough raw power and skill to force her opponent onto the defensive from the first blow of the match. Her style is aggressive, but also controlled, practical, and efficient. I have no issues with accepting her as part of the Swordmaster course. With what amounted to a glowing recommendation from the usually taciturn Aizawa, Kendo Itsuka was quickly added to the approved file. Well, we are certainly making excellent progress, aren't we? Not even halfway through one group, and we have already filled 4 of the 40 available slots. Let's hope the rest of the candidates go just as swimmingly. Nizu offered cheerfully. Kill me now. Aizawa deadpanned. 6 days later. Izuku's room, Midoriya residence. Looking blankly up at the ceiling, Izuku let out a heavy sigh. It had been a full week since the entrance exams, and he hadn't heard a peep. Not from Yue, and not from his sensei. That was more than a little depressing. On the other hand, 2 girls, 2 very pretty, very nice girls, had given him their numbers, and they had been texting regularly every day since. It was so very different from how lonely and depressing school tended to be, with everyone avoiding going anywhere near him just to avoid possibly irritating Bakugo. Itsuka and Ochako both had been rather insistent that he use their first names after they started using his, were so incredibly nice to him that Izuku had frequently been forced to pinch himself for those first few days just to convince himself that it wasn't a particularly pleasant reoccurring dream. Ochako had actually needed to buy a new smartphone because she had previously been using an old-fashioned flip phone to try and save money. She had explained that her family's construction company was going through a bit of a rough patch, so she was doing what she could to help keep the costs down back at home. Her parents, however, had insisted that she get a smartphone so she could have some fun with her friends for once, which she had eventually given into. As she had explained this while they were hanging out after they had finished the exams, Itsuka had immediately given the girl a hug. Izuku had to settle for patting her on the back. He certainly hoped that his new friends had gotten into the Swordmaster course. According to his sensei, he himself was almost guaranteed to get in unless he completely flopped on either the written or practical exams, and he had enough confidence now to say that he had, at the very least, managed to pass both. But the silence was really starting to make him feel twitchy. A knock on the door quickly drew him out of his self-aggravation.
Come in.
His father opened the door and looked in with a smile. Hey, Aizu. Everything all right? Waiting for exam results absolutely sucks, Dad. Izuku replied with an aggrieved sigh. Haha, yeah. The waiting is always the hardest part. Hisashi agreed with a snort. Just wait for when you have to sit for a master's exam. Prepping for and taking the tests are bad enough, but waiting for your results afterwards is an entirely different kind of hell. I didn't know that you had a master's, Dad. Izuku questioned. I don't, but my father did. If my mother's stories are anything close to accurate, then he was an absolute nervous wreck during the entire wait. The elder Midoriya snorted. By the way, how is the new job going? Better than the old one? Izuku asked. Quite a bit, yeah. Principal Nizu and the United Alliance Guild are much more reasonable employers than Intetsu ever was. the former black company salaryman said, beaming slightly. When Nizu had pointed his acquaintances in the police department at Intetsu Industries, enough oddities were spotted that a full investigation into the company was started. From there, a whole score of white-collar offenses were discovered: double book accounting, illegally overworking employees without pay, bribery of public officials, failure to follow several safety regulations, several cases of buried sexual harassment by upper management, embezzlement of government grants, misappropriation of funds. And those were just the ones that his father had heard about in passing. Needless to say, the entire company had gone belly up, with the police still picking the corpse apart for more offenses. The owners, board, and most of the senior staff were all looking at jail time, or at least some serious fines. Even a lot of the middle management and lower-level managers were in some kind of trouble. Luckily, Hisashi, as the chief whistleblower, had quickly been cleared of any wrongdoing, and most of the other low-level salarymen and other employees were likely cleared of any wrongdoings. Nizu had been kind enough to offer Hisashi a job with the United Alliance Guild shortly afterward. Apparently, swordmaster guilds were always in need of capable administrators to handle the paperwork that came with working with the government. His salary was roughly 3 times his old pay rate. He had paid vacations now, and any overtime that he needed to work received full-time and a half pay, with the same rate applying to any emergency situations that he needed to be called in for. To top it off, the job included a free subscription to the UA gym, and he was encouraged to relax and spend time with his family after work hours were over. "I'm glad things are working out so well for you, Dad," Izuku offered sincerely, smiling at his father. The pay from Intetsu had been just barely enough to keep the family in the black, but now they were in a far more comfortable position, with the additional bonus of having the family together after work nearly every night, which had utterly delighted his mother.
Izuku.
Inko's voice suddenly came from the corridor as she ran up, an envelope made of a thick white paper clasped in her hands. "Take the results. From UA." Gulping, Izuku leapt off the bed and grabbed it from the trembling hands of his mother. Flipping it around, he instantly caught sight of the basic, but instantly recognizable UA seal on its lip. With a quick tug, the flap came undone, and Izuku pulled a thick, folded-up sheet from within it. That's vellum," Hisashi said, eyes wide. He had heard that, for acceptance and graduation purposes, UA traditionally used vellum, but it's still quite something to see something so expensive being used for an acceptance letter. Opening it, and catching a folded piece of regular paper that had been within it, Izuku quickly read it to himself before reading the pertinent part aloud. "And we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted as a part of the UA Swordmaster course, starting on the 7th of April, 2XXX, he quoted. "Please note that we are a boarding school, and as such, you will be expected to move into the United Alliance dormitory for Class 1A on the 6th of April. Please take note of the enclosed list of prohibited items to ensure that you do not accidentally violate these prohibitions. Your assigned room will also be included on a piece of laminated card. Once again, welcome to UA High and to the United Alliance Swordmaster Guild. Signed, Nizu, Principal of UA High and Guildmaster of the United Alliance Swordmaster Guild." "Congratulations, Izu." Hisashi clapped his son on the shoulder heartily. "With how hard you've trained and studied for this, I knew you'd get in. That's my boy." Izuku smiled and carefully folded up the letter, aware that vellum was delicate, and placed it back in the envelope and placing it to one side before opening up the list of prohibited items within the Alliance Heights dormitories and UA grounds and scanning the list. "Nothing here that I own, I don't think," he said, his voice cracking slightly with emotion. I did it." Inko, who had been holding back, crashed into her son and started hugging him tightly with pride. She also made a note to find somewhere that specialized in framing vellum, so the temperature didn't affect it. That letter was going to go in pride of place in the living room.
Later. Chat room.
"Green bean. I got in." "Martial orange. So did I." "Floating Machi. So did I." "Martial orange. Chaco, we need to get you a new chat name. Your current clashes with the fruit and veg theme that ours have. Floating Machi has changed their name to Brown Tea." "Brown tea. Better?" "Green bean. Looks good." "Martial orange. Tea isn't fruit or veg either, but it's more in line than machi." "Martial orange. So what class are you two in?" "I'm in 1A." "Green bean. Same here. Brown tea. Same here. Green bean. We are so lucky to get into the same class. Brown tea. I know, right? Martial orange. The two different Swordmaster classes are just for regular classes and dorm purposes. All of the Swordmaster course classes are taken as a single class. Martial orange. Splitting Swordmaster course students into different classes for training never works out. Always ends up making divisions and overblown rivalries. I heard that one school even had to deal with a full-blown civil war between their two Swordmaster classes. The entire debacle ended up closing the school. Green bean. Surprised face. For real? Brown tea. Why? Martial orange. No clue. It supposedly happened years and years ago, before my grandfather was even born. My dad told me about it. Martial orange. So anyway, I'm so looking forward to moving in. See you both on April the 6th. Green bean. Smiley face. Brown tea. Smiley face. 6th of April, 2XXX. 1A United Alliance dorms. UA High section of the United Alliance Guild grounds. Muzutafu. Wow. Izuku blinked as he looked up at the building. United Alliance, 1A, was a large H-shaped building that looked to have every amenity and feature. It looked practically brand new, which was a bit odd since UA had been a boarding school since it had first opened 125 years ago. Absently deciding that it had likely just been recently remodeled, the Verdette teen advanced towards the main doors. The movers had already been by and all of his boxes should have been moved to his new room already, just waiting for him to unpack and arrange. Poking his head through the open doorway, Izuku only had a brief moment to take in the expansive main room before something suddenly beamed him right in the middle of his forehead. Yow! See, this is why I told you not to play with that dang Waboba inside. Izuku vaguely heard a sharp, feminine voice scolding someone as he drunkenly staggered backwards from the sudden impact. Ah, come on, that was just plain bad timing, a male voice whined in response. Shaking his head to clear away the stars dancing in his vision, Izuku regained his balance and stepped fully into the building, quickly catching sight of a petite girl with short purple hair and Sanpaku eyes glaring at a blonde boy who edging away from her nervously. You okay there, dude? The girl asked when she noticed him coming back in. Why yeah, just dazed me a bit. What exactly just happened? Izuku asked. This genius decided that bouncing around a Waboba inside would be a good idea and you got hit by a stray bullet, the girl replied, jerking her thumb irritably at her blonde companion. I don't even know why he even has a Waboba in the first place, since he pretty much pisses himself at the thought of going anywhere near the ocean. Guy's got the worst case of thalassophobia I've ever seen. Jiro, come on. That was just mean. The boy flinched as if she just stabbed him. Just shut up and apologize to the guy already, you idiot. Jiro replied with another glare. Raising both hands in a gesture of surrender, the blonde boy turned to Izuku. Hey dude, really sorry about that. The name's Kaminari Denki, B-class Swordmaster in training. I was just goofing around and you got caught in the crossfire. It's fine, accidents happen. Just don't do it again. Izuku offered with a weak smile. I guess I should introduce myself. Name's Jiro Kyoka, A-class Swordmaster in training, and this one's Minder since he obviously can't be trusted to behave on his own. The purplet offered, glaring at Kaminari, likely because of the rather flippant apology he'd offered. Midoriya Izuku, A-class Swordmaster in training. The green-haired boy offered with a slight bow. Ah crap. Kaminari muttered under his breath. He'd accidentally beamed a higher ranking, and thus more powerful, Swordmaster. That didn't bode well. Are you two the only ones here? Izuku asked curiously. Nah, I think there's like 4 or 5 other students here already. Jiro answered with a shake of her head. I think most of them are just up in their room getting unpacked. Me and Kaminari just got here a bit early and are already set up, so I've just been keeping an eye on this idiot in order to ensure he doesn't damage the dorms. Afraid I'm only having limited success. It's no big deal. At least it didn't hit me in the nose or something. Izuku shrugged it off, deciding to just try and move on. No need to start with bad blood over an accident. Kaminari let out an audible sigh of relief. Greetings. A solemn voice intoned from behind them. Turning, Izuku found the tall, black-haired boy with hawk-like eyes from the practical exam. Tokoyami Fumikic. A pleasure to meet you, but I must go and set up my room. Pardon me. As Tokoyami walked past the other 3 students, Izuku nodded in agreement. I should probably go and get my own room put together as well. Nice meeting the both of you. Later, dude. Jiro offered as she grabbed the waboba out of Kaminari's hand. And I'll be taking this off of your hands, Kaminari.
Au, smon.
Chuckling at the back and forth, Izuku headed towards the stairs, absently grabbing his room keys from the corkboard near the entrance to the kitchen/dining area where they'd been hung. Once he reached the 2nd floor, and why did a 3-story building need an elevator? He easily found his room and started getting settled. It was a fairly simple task. He hadn't brought much and, if anything, his dorm room was even bigger than his old room back home. That meant he had plenty of space for all of his posters and other merch, especially since he'd left quite a bit of it back at home. Dusting his hands and deciding that everything was as organized as he was going to get it, Izuku stepped out of the door only to nearly be run over by a guy running down the corridor. "Soragata Gobi!" The boy, a tall, plain-looking guy with brown hair, shouted as he ran out of sight. Izuku steadied himself against the doorway and wondered if his luck with doorways today was just jinxed or something. "Hey!" A male voice called, and Izuku wearily turned to see a muscular redhead jog up to him. "You see a tall brunette dude running around here?" He ran that way. Why exactly was he running? Izuku said, pointing in the right direction. "The guy's not manly. He knocked me face first into a shrub." The other boy scowled, and Izuku did notice some dirt on his hair. "Kirishima Ijiro. Be back in a moment." He jogged off after the guy, and a moment or two later, emerged back out of the area where the brown-haired boy had fled, dragging the other boy by the seat of his trousers, giving him a wedgie. "OW," the boy yelped. "Dude, whatever happened to the bro code? It went out the window when you made me literally eat dirt," Kirishima said flatly as he dragged him away. Izuku watched this in bemusement before saying to himself, "It looks like I'm going to be living with quite the collection of characters now, huh?" Shaking his head, the greenette headed back downstairs to see if either of his friends had arrived yet. "Izuku."
Heia Itsuku-kun.
Both of them were there, chatting with the green-haired girl from their group in the practical exam, as well as the pink-skinned girl. They both perked up when they saw him, as he did when he saw them. "Aitsuka, Ochako, you two already finished moving in?" he asked as he walked over to the 4 girls. "Yeah, I didn't have much to move in," Ochako admitted sheepishly. "Cheiko helped me get set up when she was finished." Itsuka added with a smile. "Oh, these two are in 1A as well." Ashido Mina, A-class swordmaster in training. The pinkette grinned. "Nice to meet ya." Azui Tsuyu, B-class swordmaster in training. His fellow greenette added with a small bow. Midoriya Izuku, A-class swordmaster in training. Izuku replied, returning the second girl's bow. "I remember seeing you both in the same exam hall. Azui-san, you were in our same group of 32. You did very well against that Nodachi-wielding senpai. It was a tough fight." Azui agreed with a nod. "You did very well against that turquoise-haired senpai. She was obviously very skilled. Also, please call me Tsu." The boy flinched slightly, vividly remembering the mildly sadistic, anticipatory look in Zurian Siren's eyes right after the matches had been decided. "Why yeah, she was really tough." "Dude, look out!" a familiar voice shouted from behind him. Izuku, already dreading what was to come, turned around and got beamed in the face for the second time that day, this time by a football/soccer ball that had been kicked by a remorseful-looking Kaminari. "Izuku!" Both Itsuka and Ochako yelped as he staggered back. They grabbed his arms quickly before he fell down, with Tsuyu and Mina helping to take him to a nearby seat. Then both of his friends rounded on Kaminari, who was sweating bullets from the glares coming from not only Jiro, who was at his side, but from Izuku's friends. Is every day going to be like this?" The greenette wondered dazedly. Chapter 6. Aizawa Shota's Shurkai Test. Later. Lounge, 1A dorm, United Alliance dorms, UA campus. Izuku was currently recovering from taking his second ball-induced blow to the head by sitting on the sofa with Itsuka, Ochako, Azui Tsuyu, and Ashido Mina all around him. Over the course of the next hour or so, The rest of Class 1 had trickled in. Jiro Kyoko was glaring at a thoroughly chastised Kaminari Denki a few seats away after tearing a royal strip off him and having confiscated every ball toy in the boy's possession, much to his chagrin, storing them all in a locked cupboard until he learned to be fucking careful with them. As his classmates slowly started to gather, Izuku's possible slight concussion caused him to come to a very important realization. Wow, there's a lot of girls in this class, a lot of very pretty girls, he thought with a nervous gulp. It certainly seemed that way to him. In addition to the 4 girls that were currently sharing a couch with him and Jiro, who was in the seat next to Kaminari's, there was a tall girl with pouty lips and fawn-colored hair that was chatting excitedly with another girl with platinum blonde hair and shimmering crystal blue eyes. There was another blonde girl, though her hair was a darker shade and her eyes were a far darker blue, who was talking with a tall, black-haired girl with a long ponytail in what Izuku thought was English. Almost a full half of their class, 9 out of 20, were girls, and Izuku wasn't sure how he'd survive sharing the same dorm with them for the next 3 years. Sure, he'd managed to make friends with Ochako and Itsuka easily enough. Azui, Kalmitsu, and Ishido both certainly seemed friendly, and Jiro was nice enough, albeit really strict with Kaminari. He wondered if the two of them knew each other before UA. But he had never been around so many females that he didn't share a blood relation to, and in such close proximity to boot, since preschool. The rest of his classmates were odd. That was the only word that Izuku could think of right now. Aside from Kaminari, who was fiddling nervously with his hands, there was also the red-headed Kirishima Ijiro from earlier, along with the guy he'd given a running wedge to, who'd finally introduced himself as Shirohanta. There was a flashy and rather flamboyant blonde guy by the name of Aoyama, who was talking to, or simply at, the seemingly emotionless, white-haired boy named Todoroki Shoto. The hawk-eyed and formally spoken boy from earlier, Tokoyami, had returned as well, and he was currently talking to an extremely tall, gray-haired boy wearing a face mask, an extremely tired-looking purple-haired boy, and an extremely stiff-seeming boy with glasses who moved almost like a robot. That was everyone who'd already arrived. So they were only missing a single person from having all of Class 1A assembled here, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder who their final member would be. Later, he would curse himself for inviting the universe to deliver a painful kick to his good mood. The outside door slammed open, and a very familiar boy with ash-blonde hair swaggered in. Bakugo Katsuki, with a sneer on his face, glared contemptuously around at the entirety of the class. When his eyes finally landed on Izuku, they noticeably burned with rage, and he took a half-step forward, a snarl forming on his lips, before he visibly forced himself to stop and turn away, taking his key and stomping his way up the stairs. Geez, what was with that guy?
Mina huffed.
Hey Midoriya, you and Mr. Surly over there have some kind of history? 'Cause he looked half ready to attack you just then. Bakugo Katsuki. Yeah, he and we were friends once upon a time. Izuku answered, visibly uncomfortable as everyone seemed to focus on him. Obviously, he doesn't care that much for me these days. You mean he's an asshole? He literally went out of his way to knock you over before the start of the entrance exams. Itsuka corrected him, scowling at the stairs. She had a nose for bullies, and that blonde asshat stank to high heavens to her. He's a jerk. Ochako agreed with a huff. He's an A-rank swordmaster, Ochako, the green-haired boy cautioned her. He has never taken people contradicting him very well, and he's very good at manipulating his Ryatsu for intimidation. Back in middle school, he managed to cow everyone on the staff, the principal included, with just a spiritually empowered glare whenever they tried to tell him off. Ugh, so he's like totes rotten then? Shame, he's not ugly, but that attitude is totally not hot. The fawn-haired girl muttered in obvious distaste. So not cute. Her conversation partner agreed with a short, rapid nod. That kind of behavior is completely reprehensible for someone who is attempting to become a guild-sanctioned swordmaster, the stiff boy declared loudly, chopping a hand through the air. Why did no one ever report it? Surely the local swordmaster guild would step in to correct his behavior. Bakugo is a born A-rank swordmaster and an incredibly talented one to boot. No one wanted to damage his reputation since he was supposedly the school's best shot at getting a graduate to attend a famous school like UA, so Izuku answered with a shrug. Wait, but didn't you say that you were an A rank as well? Kaminari asked bluntly. So, what made Mr. Attitude seem like such a better horse to bet on than you? Izuku smiled wanly. Because I've only had access to my spirit sword for just under a year. I am what is commonly called a battle awoken, a swordmaster whose spirit sword was awoken due to a direct threat against my life. Several people, including the tall, black-haired girl, audibly gasped in horror at the admission, while the rest simply stared at him dumbstruck. Dude. Kirishima was the one who broke the following silence. What the hell happened? I was attacked by a borderline Class 2 masked spirit, the green-haired teen stated, again becoming visibly uncomfortable. It could turn its entire body into this slime-like glop. That's what allowed it to initially lose the swordmasters pursuing it. It suddenly erupted from a manhole when I was walking through an underpass before it suddenly enveloping me and tried to. He stopped and shivered, the memory of those massive, tombstone-like teeth looming ever closer coming back far too clearly. It took a moment for him to gather himself again. Even after I managed to awaken my spirit sword, I could barely keep it off of me. If it wasn't for the swordmaster that had initially found it managing to catch up a minute or two later, I likely wouldn't be here right now. BRR. Several of the gathered students were visibly shivering at the story's end. None of them had ever been so close to a masked spirit before. They wouldn't be expected to actually enter combat against even the weakest Class 1 masked spirits until the end of their first year at the very earliest. To have been face-to-face with one close to being a far stronger and more dangerous Class 2 masked spirit, without even a spirit sword was something out of a living nightmare. Well, I think we can all be thankful for that, the black-haired girl offered, visibly trying to change the topic to something lighter. Now, seeing as most of us are already here, how about we all try and get to know each other a bit better? Nothing about our shirkai, of course, but maybe stuff like our hobbies, likes and dislikes? Maybe our favorite foods as well? That sounds dope, the fawn-haired girl immediately agreed, swiftly followed by most of the rest of the class. And how should we determine who shall be the first to reveal themselves, might I ask? Tokoyami questioned. Spin the bottle? Ashido offered, holding up an empty soft drink bottle in between two of her fingers. Completely fair and unbiased. Sounds good enough to me, the tall, masked boy offered with a nod. The rest of the class seemed to agree, and everyone gathered in a rough circle around the central table and chairs. Placing the bottle in the middle of the table, Ashido gave it a quick spin. After a few seconds, it came to a stop pointing directly at Azui. Oh, I'm first? The girl blinked in surprise before shrugging. I'm Azui Tsuyu, B-class swordmaster, and I guess my biggest hobby would be swimming. I enjoy rainy days, and I really don't like hot days. Oh, and my favorite food is jelly of any sort. So should we start going clockwise or spin the bottle again? Ochako asked curiously. Let's keep spinning. It adds a bit of fun to the process. Azui, why don't you do the honors this time? The dark-haired girl offered. Tsuyu merely nodded before reaching forward and spinning the bottle. It spun for a moment before stopping pointed directly at the ponytailed girl. Oh, ahem. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, and I suppose my hobbies would be primarily reading and drawing. I enjoy making tea and wagashi as well. Something I dislike messes, I suppose. I guess my favorite food would be wagashi, though I'm not particularly picky when it comes to sweets in general. Momo then spun the bottle, with it landing on the fawn-haired girl. The girl instantly brightened, a bright smile appearing on her pouty lips. Hey us all. The name's Utsushimi Kami, A-ranked swordmaster. My hobbies are stage magic and other sleight-of-hand tricks. I also like watching online vids and dancing. Don't like trolls, haters, and just jerkwads in general. My favorite food has gotta be tonkatsu. When Kami spun the bottle, it landed on Izuku himself, much to his surprise. Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku, a battle-awoken A-rank swordmaster. He managed to get out without a stutter. My hobbies, I like to study and research swordmasters, and I've recently gotten really into meditation. I like reading and training with my spirit sword. I've never had a stomach for horror films, I guess. My favorite food is katsudon, particularly my mother's own recipe. Kirishima was the next person to be selected. Right on. The name is Kirishima Ijiro. My hobbies are working out and watching tokusatsu shows. I like training and manliness in general. I dislike unmanly things like hit and runs. My favorite food. Anything with plenty of meat, really? His introduction earned Kirishima more than a few odd looks before Mina butted in, eyes rolling at her friend's oddities. My old buddy here means that he likes anything that's brave, gallant, or noble, irrespective of the gender involved. Just a warning, manly is his catch-all compliment for anything that fits that description. Don't get irked at him using it towards you all girls. With that cleared up, the bottle was spun once more, this time landing on the flamboyant blonde boy. Ah, the limelight finally shines on moi, he offered with a sparkly smile.
Je m'appelle Awayama Iga, B-Class Swordmaster.
I am half Japanese and half French. My hobbies are creating my homemade parfum and les huiles essentielles. I like to present myself perfectly, and I dislike rushing my perfection. My favorite food, I suppose, would be galette de Royce. After Momo, who apparently spoke a bit of French herself, managed to translate a bit for the rest of them. Aoyama then spun the bottle with a flair. Oh, my turn, I guess? The tall brunette who'd managed to annoy Kirishima offered with a grin. The name is Sirohanta, B-Class Swordmaster, though I'm almost up to A-Class. My hobbies are reading and collecting old American comic and memorabilia. Spider-Man is my favorite, by the way. I like anything fun and am always up for trying something new. I'm not a big fan of manga and tokusatsu, particularly the old Japanese Try It Spider-Man. My favorite food, not sure. I like eating healthy, so anything like oranges, soy, or tofu, I guess. A moment later, it was the blonde girl that had been speaking with Momo's turn. I Pony Tsunatori. Am half American, half Japanese. Still not so good with language, but am working on, she offered in slightly broken Japanese. Am A-Class Swordmaster. Hobbies are learning Japanese, watching anime, and horse riding. Like anything Japanese. Not like speaking like this. Favorite food is apples, very much red delicious or gala. Yayarozu said something to her in English that Izuku was barely able to make out as an offer to help her improve her Japanese, which Tsunatori excitedly accepted. When the bottle was spun again, it pointed at Ochako. The name's Uraraka Ochako, A-Class Swordmaster, she offered nervously, blushing slightly. My hobbies are stargazing and amateur astrology. I like making homemade wagashi and making new friends. I can't stand bullies. My favorite food. I like nearly any Japanese food, but mochi is my absolute most favorite. Yayarozu's face quickly brightened as she listened to Ochako's introduction, apparently quite happy to find someone that shared her love of sweets. My turn, huh? Alright, waitevs. Jiro sighed with a shrug as the bottle came to a stop, pointing at her. The name is Jiro Kyoka, an A-Class Swordmaster. My hobbies are learning and playing various instruments, mostly the guitar and drums, and listening to music, particularly punk, but I like some rock too. I like original songs and new bands, and I can't stand musicians who only just copy songs that other people wrote. Favorite food? Carriage, I guess. I suppose it's my turn? Very well. The stiff, bespectacled boy nodded as the bottle came to a stop on him. I am Ida Tinya, an A-Class Swordmaster. My hobbies include studying and honing my kendo. I like to keep things organized and structured, and I cannot abide those that disrespect the rules. My favorite food would have beef stew. Guess I should have known my turn was coming up. Itsuka grumbled as the bottle stopped spinning. The name is Kendo Itsuka, an A-Class Swordmaster. My hobbies are learning and practicing martial arts, and working on and riding motorcycles. I like people who are willing to work for what they want, and I can't stand spoilt brats or bullies. Can't say that I have a favorite food, though I do enjoy black coffee if that counts. And so the shadow falls on me. Tokoyami offered ominously as the bottle pointed towards him. I am Tokoyami Fumikage, an A-Class Swordmaster. My hobby is visited haunted building and similarly atmospheric locales, as well as watching horror films. I enjoy quiet places. I cannot stand those who are needlessly loud or intolerant. As for my most favored respite, I suppose I am like Tsunatori-san in that I enjoy apples, although I personally prefer Fuji or Akane apples. Ugh. The purple-haired boy merely groaned when he was chosen. Hey, the name is Hitoshi Shinso. I'm a B-class swordmaster. Hobbies are cycling and feeding stray cats. I like napping in peace and quiet. Can't stand anyone who make noise at odd hours of the night or anyone who's cruel to animals. My favorite food is okonomiyaki, I think. The expressionless boy merely blinked when the bottle pointed at him, but his face was unchanging as he spoke. I am Todoroki Shoto, an A-class swordmaster. Hobbies. I enjoy compiling lists of various conspiracy theories and then researching them to see if they are correct. I like training. I dislike things that keep me from training. My favorite food is zarf soba. The masked boy merely nodded slightly when it was his turn. I am Shoji Mizo, and I'm a B-class swordmaster. My hobbies are rock climbing and weightlifting. I enjoy pushing myself, and I dislike anyone who tries to make others hold themselves back. My favorite foods. I really enjoy any seafood, but I am particularly fond of anything with squid or octopus, like takoyaki and squid ink pasta. Alright, finally my turn. Kaminari looked thrilled. The name is Kaminari Denki, B-class swordmaster. My hobbies are following the current popular trends in fashion and music and reading manga. I like relaxing, and I can't take it when people try and force others to work when they're supposed to be relaxing. My favorite food has gotta be hamburgers. As there were only 2 people left, Ashido and the platinum-haired girl did a quick game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who goes next. Dang it, lost. Ashido pouted before instantly cheering up. Hiya. Ashido Mina here, an A-class swordmaster. My hobbies are dancing of all kinds and acrobatics. I like having fun with my friends, and I can't stand bullies or discrimination of any kind. My favorite foods are okra and natto. My turn. My turn. I'm Hagakure Toru, a B-class swordmaster. The platinum-haired girl smiled. My hobbies are watching dakiri shows and collecting cute plushies. I like cute things, and I hate perverts and sour things. My favorite food is caramel, especially caramel chocolates. What about that, angry dude? Kaminari jerked his finger toward the staircase. Bakugo Katsuki, A-class swordmaster. Izuku recited from memory. His hobbies are mountain climbing, exercise, and cooking. He likes it when people know their place and can't stand it whenever someone gets uppity or looks down on him. His favorite food is anything with a lot of spice. The hotter the better. When everyone just looked at him in surprise, the vedette blushed before shrugging. We have been in the same class since preschool, he offered by way of explanation. Dunno why. I think the world just hates me like that. The world can be like that sometimes, son. You just have to soldier on. A familiar voice offered from the entrance. Izuku instantly jerked his head up and around to see his father leaning against the doorway, a smirk on his face. Dad? He yelped in shock, much to everyone's surprise. What are you doing here? Nizu offered me a second job and reduced my hours with my first one. Midoriya Hisashi replied with a laugh. I'm now the dorm manager here during the day, from 6 in the morning all the way to 6 in the afternoon on weekdays. Someone else takes over at the weekends. Gives me a chance to keep an eye on my son, and I get a pay raise, so no reason to refuse it. Did you at least talk to Mom about it first? Izuku groaned. Nizu let me use his phone to call her before I accepted. He reassured his son before reaching down and grabbing a plastic bag at his feet before handing it to Izuku. All right, kids. The name's Midoriya Hisashi, and as you might have surmised, I'm Izuku's father. I am also the day dorm manager, as you just heard. Take one book from this bag. It's the rules of the dorm, so don't throw it out. As his son took one and passed it over to Itsuka, Hisashi continued. The basics are what you'd expect from any high school dorm. No vandalizing the rooms or furniture. You break or seriously damage anything that isn't your own stuff, and you will be charged a suitable amount to replace it, though special circumstances can see that penalty being reduced. You're free to take your meals either here or in the cafeteria, whichever you prefer. Though if you intend to eat here often, let me know so I can speak to the principal about increasing our food budget. A Swordmaster-specific rule is that under no circumstances, barring for self-defense during an invasion of masked spirits or an attack by rogues, are any of you to invoke your Shurkai or Bankai within the building. Doing so without a very good reason will see you automatically suspended for at least 3 months. Doing it a second time will result in a parent-teacher conference and another suspension. 3 strikes will get you expelled. Looking around to be sure he had everyone's attention, Hisashi nodded. Since you are all counted as probationary members of the UA Guild while studying here, as well as high school students, there is a strict 10 o'clock curfew. All girls need to be on their side by then. Same goes for the boys. Whether or not you actually go to bed then is entirely your own decision, but unless you're ill, don't expect the teachers here to show you any mercy if you show up ragged and exhausted. Particularly if you were up all night playing Mario Party 10. Ultimate Compilation Part 3. Dad, I did that exactly once. When I was 8. Izuku protested, face burning. Ochako and Itsuka were both snickering at his side. Ashido was also smirking, and even Azui looked amused. Hisashi just chuckled before moving on. That being said, there are a number of advantages to the dorms as well. The student gym is a 5-minute walk away, and there is a sparring room in the basement, though it is limited to hand-to-hand combat training only. If you want to train your kenjutsu, there are facilities and plenty of sparring partners available at the student sparring arena. Again, shurikai use is strictly prohibited in any spars outside of strictly monitored circumstances and emergency situations until you reach your 3rd year. Both the sparring arena and the student gym are open and free to use until 10 minutes before curfew. Now, I trust that everyone has already gotten their keys from the corkboard, he asked the room. When he got nods from all around, he continued. Good, I've got a copy of the master key in case of emergencies, but it will be 1,000 yen fine to replace your copy if it is ever lost or broken. So little? Yaoyorozu asked, a cute tilt of her head indicating her confusion. We can't really charge high school students full price for getting a new key cut, the former black company salaryman offered with a laugh. Though if someone makes a habit of losing it, the fine is going to increase. Gay. Kaminari blanched. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll leave you kids to your socializing. I will be here for the next hour or so if you have any questions about anything, I'll be in the front office by the entrance. Hisashi offered with a smile. Welcome one, and all to UA High, and congratulations on passing the entrance exams. Just to warn you, the toughest trials are yet to come. As his father turned on his heels to depart, waving his hand over his shoulder, Izuku couldn't hold in a sigh. Great, he's falling into his bad habits again. Damn it. Bad habits? Itsuka asked. Dad has always liked to mess with people. The green-haired boy sighed tiredly as he absently adjusted his sword case. That little cryptic statement he added at the end there? That was his way of saying, I know something that you don't know, and flaunting it. He's going to laugh himself silly whenever what he was taunting us about happens before smirking knowingly for days afterwards. That is some kind of bad habit he's got there. Azui offered dully. Given that he's been too exhausted to actually indulge in it until recently, I'm honestly half glad he's back to his old tricks again. Still annoying, but Izuku trailed off. He was then forced to explain the whole Intetsu Industries debacle to his curious classmates. A black company, in this day and age. Yaoyorozu shook her head, lips pursed in distaste. That is so not manly. Kirishima offered with a shake of his head. It's bloody fucked up is what it is, Jiro offered, scowling angrily. There's a reason those kinds of places were outlawed after spirit swords started showing up. They're fucking breeding grounds for masked spirits. That's something the Mizudafu Warriors Guild is looking into, alongside the police investigation. Izuku offered with a shrug. While everyone quickly drifted back into their socializing, Izuku grabbed the last book from the bag his dad had left and, after depositing the bag with the non-burnable trash, headed up toward Bakugo's room to have a chat with his former friend. Unbeknownst to him, both Ochako and Irika were following a bit behind him out of concern after they recognized where he was heading. Bakugo's room was, thankfully, on a different floor from Izuku's, as well as being on the opposite end of the corridor of his. His door was easy to find, being the only one left wide open and with music blaring out of it. When Izuku knocked on the door to draw his attention, the blonde teen had just finished pinning a poster, some metal band that Izuku had never heard of, to the wall. The fuck do you want, Deku? He growled out, stalking toward the door. First off, remember our deal, Kakin. You don't call me by that nickname. I don't use your old one either. Izuku scowled right back before absently tossing the handbook onto the nearby bed. Second off, this is a copy of the dorm rulebook. The dorm supervisor passed them out a few minutes ago downstairs. He knowingly did not tell Bakugo just who the supervisor was just yet. TCH, is that all? Bakugo huffed, baring his teeth at the boy who had once been his friend.
No.
It's not, the verdette stated simply as he stepped into the room and right into his former friend personal space. I honestly don't know how you turned into such an arrogant and twisted jackass, but I decided you deserve this one warning. We aren't at Aldera anymore. Every teacher here is an active duty swordmaster of the top guild in Japan, meaning that each and every one of them can and will slap you down hard if you try the same shit you like to pull back at Aldera. Back there, you were the big fish in a little pond. Now we're in a much bigger pond, and there are some real big fish swimming about. Fucker! The blonde boy's Ryatsu started to rise, a red-brown aura starting to crackle over his body. Izuku merely raised his own Ryatsu to match, a green-white aura swirling to life around him. There is nothing fucking average about me, Dek. Not like you. Not like the rest of those scrubs downstairs. I am meant to be the best, and I am going to prove it to everyone here. Izuku actually laughed, not the least bit intimidated by his former friend's display. See, that's the part that is confusing me, he offered with a shake of his head. What makes you think that you're so special? You had what, a month of training from some random swordmaster? Even if they praised you endlessly back when you just got your spirit sword, that still wouldn't explain your train wreck of a personality. No, it was Aldera that turned you into this asshole by not having anyone in authority with the spine to stand up to you, and everyone else being far too eager to sing your praises. The fuck are you talking about? Katsuki hissed, neither boy noticing a brunette and orangette listening in at the door. Oh, come off it, Bakugo. I know that you're actually smart once you get past that damned mountain you call an ego. You can guess exactly what I mean. Izuku shot back, sounding lighter, as if he was shedding some unseen burden with every word he spoke. You know just as well as I do that those idiots at Aldera didn't know the first thing about what makes a swordmaster. You could describe everything to them, give them every detail, but in the end they're all civilians who haven't got a clue on what it really takes to be a true swordmaster. They don't know a thing about hunting down masked spirits without knowing just what kind of monster you will be facing. At best, they know the absolute basics of how swordmasters work. Now do you get what I'm saying? You little, the blonde boy growled out. Let me put this as plainly as I can then, Bakugo. All that praise, all those compliments, and all that other crap that our teachers and classmates used to shovel into your head, it was all utterly worthless. They don't know the first thing about swordmasters, so how could they know anything about your worth as one? All that crap was, in the end, the worthless chattering of a bunch of brown-nosers eager to latch onto someone else's coattails. The former bully target stated coldly, slowly enunciating every word to make sure that there was no way he could be misheard. Are you good at Kenjutsu? Yes. Do you have a crap load of Ryoryoku? Also yes. Do you have a talent for manipulating your Ryoryoku and turning it into Ryatsu? Sure. Does all of that automatically make you a great swordmaster?
Hell no.
Even rogues and dropouts can pull that kind of crap. Bakugo's eyes were narrowed down to slits and his fists were clenched as he waited for the annoying little shit in front of him to run out of breath. Luckily for you, we are now officially at the best place to learn how to actually be great swordmasters. Izuku offered, a sharp, angry grin on his lips. Think of this as a brand new starting line, Bakugo. We're both at the exact same place right now, so you want to prove that you're better than me? Go ahead and try to prove it in class. Which is better, my way of being a swordmaster or yours? We'll let the school rankings decide for us. So, if you think you're the best,
Prove.
it. Bakugo was silent for a moment, hands white-knuckled at his sides. When he locked eyes with Izuku a moment later, his eyes were practically deranged and his voice was a harsh whisper of barely contained rage. I am going to utterly destroy you, Deku. I am going to make you fucking regret ever being born by the time I am fucking done with you. Whatever you say, Kakin. Whatever you say. Izuku shook his head as he turned and started to leave the room, letting his Ryatsu die down as he left. By the way, my dad is the dorm supervisor during the day. I wouldn't try your luck with him either if I were you. Bakugo balked at that, momentarily thrown from his rage spiral. How the blame Nizu? Izuku offered simply as he continued to walk away, not noticing Itsuka and Ochako sneaking down the stairs on the opposite side of the corridor. Later, Kakin. Katsuki had never been so angry in his entire life, as he stalked over to the door seconds after that little bastard left and slammed it shut with enough force to shake the walls. He wanted to break something, to smash something, to utterly destroy something so badly just to vent his rage, but there was nothing to be done. He wouldn't ruin his own stuff because of that worthless shit, and he wasn't about to lower himself to ask one of the extras downstairs about the place. That little shit doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. Bakugo Katsuki raged silently to himself. He thinks he fucking knows better than me? So what if all those background characters had all just been talking shit? I already knew they didn't know anything worth a crap. I know that I'm the best. No one, especially not that worthless little pissant bastard Deku, gets to talk down to me like that. That fucking weakling had just gone and declared a goddamned war on him, and Bakugo Katsuki was going to utterly blitzkrieg his pathetic ass into the fucking dust, right where it belonged. No one got away with talking down to him like that. No fucking one. Your days are fucking numbered, Deku, he snarled out. You'd better have fun while it lasts, because I'm going to blow you to pieces first chance I get. The next day. Auditorium, UA High School. I swear, that fucking rodent had better not try and get me involved with this waste of time like he did last year. Aizawa Shota scowled, his face mostly concealed by his long and frazzled fringe of hair and the long scarf that was a part of his own customizations to his official UA Swordmaster uniform. Once someone has confirmed at least 500 mask spirit kills or rogue takedowns, United Alliance protocol allowed them to modify their Swordmaster uniform to a certain degree. Unlike most, Shota had merely added his scarf and some additional light pieces of armor to his arms and legs. Looking out at the gathered first, second, and third years, the perpetually sleep-deprived man continued to scowl. He had never seen the use in all of the useless pomp and ceremony that Nizu insisted upon, seeing it as a waste of time that could be better spent trying to ensure that the gathered brats had a better chance of surviving in the field. But, as usual, his illogical co-workers had refused to see reason. So here he was. With the ease of long practice, he had tuned out the various minutiae that Nizu was informing the new students about and reminding the old students of, and was instead scanning the new students to see if there were any potential troubles already brewing. That one is gonna be a problem, Shota thought in annoyance, as he spotted Bakugo Katsuki glaring murderously at the back of one Midoriya Izuku. The blonde boy had shown an impressive display of raw power during his practical exam, overwhelming his opponent with a savage and brutal fighting style. However, unfortunately, he had not been gracious in victory and had left the testing area without even bothering to watch anyone else fight. The kid's attitude and aggressiveness were already painting a bad picture of the type of swordmaster he could become with time. The fact that he had apparently gone to the same junior high as Midoriya, Yagi's apprentice, was also vaguely interesting. It was quite obvious that the ash blonde had some kind of grudge against Midoriya. It was equally as obvious that the green-haired boy was also well aware of Bakugo's ire and was studiously ignoring the other teen's glare with the apparent ease of painfully long practice. The rest of the class were also aware of the venom between the two, and none seemed to be on the more aggressive teen side, with Kendo, Uraraka, and Ishido being the most obvious in their glares aimed back at Bakugo. He vaguely noted that all three girls and Midoriya seemed half ready to act if Bakugo lost the tenuous grip he had on his temper, for whatever reason, and tried to attack Midoriya in the middle of the auditorium. That the red-eyed child had somehow already managed to alienate himself from most of his classmates in a single night was another mark against him. Teenagers might be fickle at times, but this kind of reaction was very far from the norm. Shota said and did nothing, merely making a mental note to pair the two up for their first Kenjutsu spar. Letting this thing fester would do no one any good, so it would be best to try and detonate it in a controlled and relatively safe environment. It would also show just how far Bakugo was willing to go when given the opportunity, and would show how Midoriya would react when forced to confront a clearly hostile and aggressive enemy. Everything that he had seen or read from the green-haired child's file pointed to someone who was far too passive, reactive, and unwilling to directly confront a problem that needed to fixed, or at the very least curtailed and diminished as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Sekijiro would no doubt kick up a fuss about it. The larger man was far too soft on their students, unwilling to push them hard and fast enough. Shota was well aware that Nizu had paired the two men together so that they could dilute, mitigate, and balance out each other's worst traits. Shota knew that he was extremely harsh and demanding of his students, that he came off as cold and more than a bit cruel, and he could admit, even if only to himself, that he could push things a bit too far at times. Sekijiro, on the other hand, was too soft, too willing to let his students advance and grow at a comfortable rate, and cared a bit too much for his kids. In the end, despite his grumblings, he could admit that Nizu's little balancing act actually worked fairly well. Shota pushed the kids to excel, and kept him from trying for too much, too fast. Cared for and nurtured their growth while Shota kept them from being coddled or growing lazy. After far too long, the purgatory known as Nizu's yearly lecture, deserving those capital letters due to how mind-numbingly boring it was, came to an end. Aizawa nodded towards Kan, who sighed in resignation but didn't argue. It was time to put this year's fresh crop through the Shirkai test. What I wouldn't give to be curled up in my sleeping bag right now, damned rat. Shota thought bitterly as he made his was toward the homeroom assigned to Class 1A. Unprofessional conduct, my ass. Technically speaking, the various Swordmaster Guilds of Japan were considered a branch of the JSDF, collectively referred to as the Militant Anti-Spiritual Being Force, and were thus held to a higher standard of behavior and appearance than if they had, say, been grandfathered in as a form of pseudo-civil servants like the police. The generals of the JSDF had no actual authority or ability to command the Swordmaster Guilds outside the declaration of a national emergency like a Class 4 masked spirit suddenly appearing, and even then their authority was extremely limited. That had been the case since a particular pointed cock-up on the JSDF's part some 150 years ago. This ultimately meant that Nizu constantly confiscated Shota's sleeping bags, citing it as being unprofessional conduct by a member of the Swordmaster Guilds in general, and the United Alliance Guild in particular. Shota knew better. It was just an excuse for the fucking rat to mess with him. When he slid open the door and entered, he noticed all conversation in the room had come to a sudden stop. Most of his new students were scattered around the room, seated but not in any particular order. Shota didn't really care about that. They could sit wherever they wanted as long as they got their work done. If anyone proved to be too disruptive where they were, he'd move them somewhere else. Simple as that. He quickly noticed that Midoriya and Bakugo had taken seats as far apart as physically possible while still being in the same classroom. Bakugo was in the front row and closest to the door, while Midoriya had taken the back row seat closest to the window. At the very least, both boys were sensible enough to keep some distance from each other so things wouldn't escalate in the classroom. That was something at least. Midoriya was also already surrounded by a small coterie of friends, mostly girls. Kendo Itsuka, Uraraka Ochako, Ashido Mina, and even the Yaoyorozu heiress were all there, and the boy was obviously uncomfortable with the attention but was soldiering on adroitly. Aizawa also noticed that Ida Tinya was seated nearby and also occasionally joining in on the conversation, though he was in no way surprised by how rigidly the kid was sitting. His elder brother, Ida Tensei, had been Shota's classmate back in the day and was currently in charge of the United Alliance Guild's branch office in Hosu City. Tensei had more than once mentioned how overly formal and mentally inflexible his kid brother could be at times. It was something that Aizawa knew they were going to need to work on. "All right," he called out as he walked up to the lectern. "The name is Aizawa Shota, though during guild operations I go by the codename Eraserhead, and I am an A-class swordmaster. I am also your homeroom teacher for the time being. Today, we have a special lesson for the Swordmaster course. Inside your desks you'll each find a unisex UA Kendogi uniform. Some of you might need to play past the parcel since you didn't follow the seating chart posted on the teacher's lectern, but I really couldn't care less about that. With few exceptions, they should be unisex and one size fits all. Go to the locker rooms, get changed, and then head to the first-year sparring hall, and be sure to bring you spirit swords with you. Each set of kendogi should also have a map showing the route you'll need to follow tucked inside of it. You have 10 minutes to change and arrive at the hall. His piece said. Shota turned and quickly left the room, not giving any of the gathered students a chance to either offer a word of protest or question, a grim smile on his face. He still woke up in cold sweats some nights, remembering the sights and sounds of Shirakumo Oboro, codenamed Loud Cloud, as he was devoured by a masked spirit. That was the reason he pushed his students so hard. He refused to watch a student or comrade fall to those monsters again. He still kept a weather eye open for any reports of the masked spirit that had devoured his friend, the beast having managed to escape through one of those strange black tears in reality that those creatures seemed to instinctively learn how to create when they advanced to Class 2. The kendogi for the teachers was pretty much identical to the ones that were issued to the students, with the only exception being that the staff's kendogi had a thin strip of red around the edge of their sleeves. It symbolized that they had shed blood, both that of rogue swordmasters and masked spirits. It was both a badge of pride and grim reminder of the necessities their job demanded. Shota waited patiently in one of the 3 main kendo dojos assigned to each year's swordmaster course. The dojo itself was massive, easily half again as large as it would have needed to be to have all 40 of their students simultaneously compete in one-on-one sparring matches. Just another of Nizu's incomprehensibly expansive preparations for just in case we need to increase the size of the Swordmaster course in the years to come. Yeah, and if anyone actually bought that excuse, then Shota had some prime seafront property in Fiji to offer them as well. Just at the 9-minute mark, his class, as well as Sekijiro's, started to pour into the room. The large, white-haired and heavily muscled man that was Sekijiro-kan, codename Vlad King, followed in after them, already giving him a disapproving look before crossing his arms as he moved to stand against one of the nearby walls. You'd think that he'd just accept the necessity of this test already. We've been doing it every year since we started working together. Shota thought with a roll of his eyes. He just couldn't understand how illogical his coworkers could be at times. All right, all of you settle down and pay attention. Aizawa barked out, eyes sweeping across the gathered Swordmaster course first years. Once he was sure they were all paying attention, he continued, First, we need to break a few preconceptions some of you might be under. The fact that you exist as 2 separate classes is only to ensure that your mundane subjects like English, classical Japanese, mathematics, and the like can be kept at a reasonable class size, and to keep the dorms at a manageable size. Outside of those classes, 1A and 1B do not exist. You are all part of the Swordmaster course and probationary members of United Alliance Swordmaster Guild. You need to internalize that ideal because silly ideas like class rivalries will only interfere with your training moving forward. Shota narrowed his eyes when he noted the particularly dumbfounded and disbelieving features of one student. Best nip that in the bud right quick. Yes, Manomanito, I am being completely serious. This not some fad or gimmick, or whatever excuse you want to conjure up to try and dismiss this. You are all comrades now, accepted and work together to grow. The dark-haired swordmaster began to slowly pace back and forth in front of the gathered students, ignoring the flushed and embarrassed face of the blond boy near the front. We swordmasters are the only ones that have the ability to protect innocent people from the constant threat of masked spirits. Guns and other conventional weaponry are next to worthless against them. Even a Class 1 masked spirit is normally capable of completely destroying a main battle tank with little effort. They are exceedingly dangerous, endlessly ravenous, and without any shred of mercy or remorse. If given the slightest opportunity, they will not hesitate to devour any human soul they come across, normal and swordmaster alike, he stated firmly. The United Alliance Guild does not have the time or the effort to waste on the kind of petty rivalries that sometimes appear in other guilds. We cannot let petty internal divisions and squabbling divide us into factions. That is utterly illogical and a waste of time, resources, and even lives. Anyone foolish enough to try and encourage that kind of behavior within our guild will not remain a part of it for long. You have been warned. As he allowed his warning to sink in, Shota absently drew his spirit's sword from his waist. His blade appeared to be a normal-looking katana at first glance, with a plain circular tsuba and a black leather tsukurito. Even the sheath was scuffed and worn from years of ready use. Most would not even instantly recognize it as a spirit sword at all. Yubi, Chitamasengo. Deprive, blood coral crystal, he intoned simply, closing his eyes as he did so. The blade erupted in blazing red light that blinded all who looked at it. When the light faded, and the students blinked the spots from their vision, they gasped at the change that Shota's spirit sword had undergone. There was no longer a sword resting in his hand. Instead, his hand was wrapped around the shaft of a long, fighting staff made from deep orange coral that was stronger than steel, and stretched longer than Shota was tall. Mounted on the top of the staff was a single perfectly spherical, grapefruit-sized orb of red crystal that had a spiky formation of darker red coral captured within it, with the entire mass radiating a soft inner light.
Akudatsu no Hikari.
Light of deprivation, Shota commanded as he opened his eyes once more, his black eyes glowing a vibrant red. The orb at the tip of his shuriken responded immediately and erupted in a blinding wave of crimson radiance that covered the entirety of the hall in a single instant. As it did, nearly every one of the gathered students gasped again, this time in shock and horror as they felt the connection to their sword spirit, that passive, subtle link that they had felt ever since they first manifested their blades, suddenly begin to fade before vanishing into almost nothing. The light faded a moment later, leaving behind a thin red nimbus around each of the affected students and the crystal sphere glowing a brilliant red. This is the special ability of my spirit sword shuriken, Chitamasengo, Aizawa stated without any inflection, even as his eyes continued to glow. When I activate it, it interferes with the connection between a swordmaster and their spirit sword and sword spirit, preventing them from releasing their shuriken. Your test is simple. Find a way to either lessen the block or completely break the effects of Chitamasengo by any means necessary. I don't care if you find a weakness in the effect or overcome it through sheer force of willpower and stubbornness. You have precisely 10 minutes to do so. Should not even a single one of you manage it, the entire Swordmaster course will have to deal with double homework for all of their classes for the first week. In a way, several of the less academically inclined students practically wailed in dismay. Shota simply stared impassively as the entire group of students drew out their swords to try and find a way break through his shuriken's special ability. Some dropped to the floor and began to try and use Jinzen to break through the block, while others were holding their swords in white-knuckled grips as they tried to focus their Ryuryoku to force through the block. Neither of them would work. It would take an immensely strong link to their sword spirit, the type required to attain Benkai, to break through Hakudatsu no Hikari with Jinzen, and breaking through it with pure Ryuryoku required both an incredible amount of power and precise control to use their energy to pierce the divide his shuriken created. Any of these newbies that might have the power to break through certainly didn't have the control needed to use it as precisely as they'd need to. They're all going immediately after the obvious solutions. Not surprising, but still a bit disappointing. He though with a sigh. He knew this was likely the first time any of the kids had been affected by something that interfered with their connections to their spirit swords. The lack of that constant and familiar link was driving most of them into a bit of a panic as they desperately sought to reconnect with the other half of their souls. Was it a bit cruel? Yes. Was it necessary? Also yes. There was a very important lesson that these kids needed to learn as soon as possible, and this was the best way to really drive it home. So far none of them. Midoriya, one of the ones who'd attempted Jinzen at first, had returned to his feet and was now looking between his spirit sword and Shota with narrowed, thoughtful eyes. Had the kid noticed the easiest path to victory? Seemingly coming to a decision with a determined nod, Midoriya resheathed his spirit sword and began to walk slowly and stoically toward Shota, much to the confusion of the rest of the students. He stopped a few inches in front of the stoic teacher's form, before suddenly lashing out with a kick that sent their teacher's released spirit sword flying from his unresisting hand to clatter against the floor. The light of Chitamasengo's crystal instantly winked out as it left his grasp, before the staff reverted back to its sealed state a moment later. The room was dead quiet, every other student staring at Midoriya with various gobsmacked, shocked, or outright disbelieving looks for what he'd just done. Shota merely stared down at the green-haired first year for a moment before a slight smirk came to his lips as he nodded. Full marks, Midoriya. You pass? What? The scream echoed from several throats at once. The fuck? Bakugo Katsuki roared as he stormed his way to the front, rage burning in his eyes. He fucking cheated. Incorrect, Aizawa stated flatly as he turned and walked up to the fallen form of his spirit sword before sheathing it. Did you forget that I said to use any means to attempt to break my Shurikai's effect? Out of every student gathered here, Midoriya was the only one that saw past the obvious solutions and found a way to win. He turned and met their collective stares with a deadpan glare. None of you had the slightest chance of being able to overcome Chidama Sango's ability. You lack either the power, the control, or both to overcome it with pure Ryu-Ryoku, and your bonds are not yet strong enough to overcome it through Jinzen. There is only one other way for someone to forcefully deactivate Chidama Sango's effect, and that is to physically remove my spirit sword from my person so I can't maintain it. No one outside of the guilds are aware of that specific weakness. Had any of you tried to attack me outright with your sealed swords, then it would have granted you a partial pass. The fact that Midoriya used a sudden sneak attack to deliberately attempt to disarm me is why he gets full marks. He is also the only reason that you're all not going to be buried in homework for the next week, so be sure to thank him for that. Waving Midoriya back to his classmates, Shota allowed him a moment to rejoin them before continuing. All of you have already awakened your Shurikai, the true forms of your spirit swords. Each and every one is a representation of some aspect of your soul and is likely a dangerous weapon or ability. However, just because you have this ability does not mean that calling on it will always be the best choice or even a wise choice. That is the point of today's lesson. Depending on the circumstances you find yourself in, utilizing your Shurikai would be akin to using your sword to kill a fly, wasteful and meaningless. In others, it might even be a weakness if your Shurikai is unsuited to the task or opponent. And in some cases, like if you were to face a foe with an ability like mine, it is simply not possible. That is why UA is so insistent on ensuring you have a firm grasp of all the abilities that a swordmaster can wield, rather than teaching you to simply hone and harness your unique gifts. Looking around, he saw several confused or thoughtful faces among the more powerful first years, Yaoyorozu, Fumikage and Tenya in particular, and a couple looked perturbed or downright disgruntled at the idea. Bakugo in particularly was fuming, and Todoroki did not look all that pleased either. Midoriya and several of the other students seemed to at least be processing the lesson quite well, though. You will find your syllabi and class schedules in your assigned desks back at your respective classrooms. Shota finished, smirking ever so slightly. You're all dismissed for the day. Use it to contemplate this lesson. Welcome to the UA Swordmaster course. Buckle up, kiddies. This is only the beginning. With that, he left the room, Sekijiro following him in silent resignation. Another successful Shurikai test. That brought the total number of passes up to an even 4 out of the dozen-odd years he'd been a teacher. Damn it, now he owed Hisashi a coffee.